Chapter 411. Eagle Soars the Sky is a mid-tier combat art. With his 8-star Battle Monarch cultivation base and a mid-tier combat art, he can dominate the Battle Monarch realm. Senior Brother Lu, quickly kill that arrogant bastard! Lu Ziyuan's admirers below roared angrily. Bastard, go to hell! Lu Ziyuan laughed sinisterly. The huge falcon in the sky let out a sharp cry and swooped down towards Qin Feiyang. You want to turn the tables with this? Is it possible? Qin Feiyang shook his head and pointed his finger at the falcon. The third style of the Geishu art, splitting the sky. Boom! An invisible force, with Qin Feiyang as the center, crazily rolled out between heaven and earth. When the force reached the falcon, it immediately let out a wail and was torn into pieces. Puff! Lu Ziyuan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and he kept retreating. His face instantly turned pale. His eyes were filled with disbelief. What? He neutralized the Eagle Soars the Sky so easily? This is simply a crushing defeat. Everyone's heart trembled. This person's combat power is too strong. Lu Xingchen also stood up and shouted. Lu Ziyuan, you're no match for him. Quickly admit defeat. Admit defeat? I can't do it. Battle Soul, kill! Lu Ziyuan roared, and a huge beast shadow appeared behind him. It was also a black falcon. However, compared to the black falcon formed by the previous two combat arts, it was even more shocking. It's time to end this, Qin Feiyang whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire aura suddenly changed greatly. If he was a docile little lamb before, at this moment, he had become a ferocious beast that bared its fangs. His entire body was emitting a shocking murderous aura. That cold gaze, that cold expression, he was even more like a merciless death god. Clang! 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 Crimson sword aura burst out. In an instant, two dazzling sword shadows appeared in the sky, making clanging sounds and emitting shocking sharpness. Guiyuan sword technique, annihilation! Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and two sword shadows whizzed out. Lu Ziyuan dodge! Dongqing also rose to her feet. The aura released by the two sword shadows was too powerful, far surpassing that of a 9-star battle monarch. If Lu Ziyuan did not dodge, he would definitely be smashed into smithereens on the spot. That's right! It's him! Yan Nanchan's eyes shone brightly. Previously, he had not dared to confirm that the person in front of him was Qin Feiyang. But now, the aura that Qin Feiyang exuded was all too familiar. He had seen it more than once in the county of Yan. Furthermore, this was the true face of Qin Feiyang. I admit defeat! Lu Ziyuan also panicked. His eyes were filled with fear. He blurted out the words admit defeat without any hesitation. However, Qin Feiyang did not stop. The two sword shadows were so sharp that they cut through the fighting soul like a hot knife through butter and landed on Lu Ziyuan's body. Accompanied by a shrill scream, Lu Ziyuan turned into ashes on the spot. Not even a strand of his hair was left. Bang! The sword shadows slashed the ground of the martial arts arena, creating a horizontal ditch. The martial arts arena was almost split into two. Sword aura shot out in all directions and the wind howled. The crowd below the stage could not help but take a step back. Their faces were as white as a sheet. An 8-star battle monarch was killed in seconds. Was this person really a battle monarch? Was this not something that only a battle emperor could do? Right then, there was dead silence in the martial arts arena. One could hear a pin drop. However, this atmosphere did not last long. Very soon, there was an uproar. He's dead! Lu Ziyuan has been killed! This matter is getting out of hand. The Lu family will definitely not take this lying down. If this person does not have a powerful background, he will definitely die. Everyone was in an uproar. Lu Xingchen's expression turned gloomy for the first time. Shiming and Dongqing were not in a good mood at this moment. However, Qin Feiyang did not take it to heart at all. He did not even look at them. This kind of competition is too boring. I might as well end it. He glanced at Dong Fan Yu and the others below the stage and said expressionlessly, You so-called geniuses of the sanctum, come at me together. Dong Fan Yu and the others were stunned. Their faces were immediately filled with anger. Come at me together! How arrogant! How dare he challenge those monsters? Since he is so powerful, why was he unknown in the past? Everyone was in disbelief. This kind of boldness and courage was not inferior to Qin Feiyang's in the past. Bang! However, at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly emerged and rolled toward Qin Feiyang. The entire arena fell silent again. Everyone looked at Lu Xingqian. Because the owner of this aura was him. Qin Feiyang also turned around and sneered. Finally can't help but attack? Lu Xingqian said. Lu Ziyuan has already admitted defeat, but you still killed him cruelly. A person like you can't be left alive! What a joke! Why didn't you say this when Lu Ziyuan killed Zhang Ren? Is the Lu family the only one allowed to kill? Let me tell you, I was waiting for him to admit defeat before killing him. Do you know what this is called? This is called paying others back in their own coin. Qin Feiyang sneered. Dong Qing frowned and said, Aren't you afraid of losing your life? Who can kill me? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and arrogantly, his body exuding a shocking domineering aura. This little bastard is too arrogant, Lu Yun muttered. However, she did not interrupt. She sat there and watched coldly. The Lu family was too arrogant. It was indeed necessary to destroy their arrogance. Lu Xingqian glanced coldly at Qin Feiyang and said to Lu Yun and the others, I suggest disqualifying him from the competition. Lu Yun was silent. Dong Qing and Shi Ming were also silent. Idiot! Qin Feiyang shook his head. What do you mean? Lu Xingqian frowned. Just now, Lu Ziyuan deliberately killed Zhang Ren, and you let him stay. And now, Lu Ziyuan and I are having a life-and-death duel, and you agreed. Yet you want to disqualify me. Aren't you just slapping your own face? Don't you feel ashamed? You've probably disgraced the Lu family. I didn't expect the famous Lu Xingqian to be such an idiot. Qin Feiyang sneered without hiding it. The crowd below nodded. That's right. Those who were slightly smarter would choose to remain silent at this moment. Because they were asking to be humiliated. They were embarrassing themselves. As for Dong Qing and Shi Ming, they both tactfully chose to remain silent. And Lu Xingqian was too stupid. They had never seen him in person before and only heard rumors about him. They thought that he was a very smart person. But now, it seemed that he didn't live up to his reputation. Qin Feiyang's words were like a resounding slap to Lu Xingqian's face, waking him up. He was extremely upset. Why did he make such a serious mistake in a moment of impulse? The good image that he had built up in the past was all gone this time. Because of this, his hatred for Qin Feiyang became even stronger. His eyes flashed slightly, and he faced the crowd, cupped his hands, and said, I was too rude just now. I apologize to everyone. Looks like he's up to something again. Qin Feiyang muttered. Indeed. After Lu Xingqian apologized, he turned to look at Lu Yun and the other two and smiled faintly. Since he wants to challenge Dong Fan Yu and the others, why don't we fulfill his wish? Lu Yun raised his eyebrows. Elder Lu, please wait for me to finish. Since he dares to speak, it proves that he definitely has the ability. We can also see how much potential he has. How malleable is he? If he really defeats everyone, then the first place will belong to him. The reward can also be given to him in advance. Lu Xingqian smiled. That seems to make sense. Dong Qing nodded. Shi Ming smiled. Then let's do as he wishes. Lu Yun's eyes darkened. I firmly disagree with such a ridiculous competition. Lu Xingqian smiled. But Dong Qing, Elder Shi, and I have all agreed. How dare you? Lu Yun was furious. She stood up and looked at Lu Xingqian, saying coldly, The Sacred Hall is not your Lu family. You have no right to criticize us. If you don't behave, I'll cripple you. Lu Xingqian smiled. Elder Lu, we're voting. There's no need to be angry, right? Smack. Lu Yun couldn't hold it in any more and slapped Lu Xingchen's face. All the disciples were stunned. Yan Nanshan, Shiming, and Dong Qing were also in a daze. They didn't expect Lu Yun to slap Lu Xingchen. Qin Feiyang was also stunned. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This elder Lu really had a bad temper. She attacked without any hesitation. This time, Lu Xingchen must have lost a lot of face. This was the outcome of not knowing what was good for him. Lu Xingchen was also dumbfounded. He was used to being high and mighty and being looked up to by others. His vanity had already swelled to an uncontrollable level. Lu Yun's slap not only trampled on his self-esteem, but it also left an indelible stain on his glorious life. Why? Are you not convinced? One shouldn't forget one's roots. I was the one who groomed you. If not for me, would you have achieved what you have today? Now that your wings have hardened, you don't take me seriously? The Academy Lord was right. You are a white-eyed wolf. Lu Yun sneered. What? The Academy Lord said such a thing? Dong Qing's pupils constricted. Lu Xingchen's expression also changed. The Academy Lord was actually unhappy with him. If that was the case, then wouldn't his marriage with Ren Wushuang be? At the thought of this, Lu Xingchen's face turned pale. He didn't dare to continue thinking about it. He hurriedly said, Elder Lu, I was foolish just now. Please forgive me. Disciple? I don't have such a promising disciple like you. Lu Yun sneered with a look of disdain. Lu Xingchen's face turned red. The gazes from below the stage made him feel like a clown. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. He didn't even dare to look up at everyone. The resentment in his heart towards Qin Feiyang became even more intense. If not for his sudden appearance, none of this would have happened. He wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state now. Just you wait. You embarrass me, so I won't let you have it easy. Chapter 412. Qin Feiyang sensed the hostility shown by Lu Xingchen. But he didn't take it to heart. In fact, before this, he was very afraid of Lu Xingchen. Because of all kinds of rumors, Lu Xingchen was almost deified. Moreover, Ren Wushuang had also warned him to be careful of this person. He originally thought that Lu Xingchen would be a very difficult opponent. But after observing now, it was not the case. Although this person was talented and shrewd, he was not very smart. There was nothing to worry about. Ahem! Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and looked at Lu Yun. Elder Lu, just sit there with peace of mind. I promise to give you a wonderful performance. Lu Yun frowned. Did this kid know what was good for him? Couldn't he tell that she was helping him? Qin Feiyang smiled. Swish! All of a sudden, he turned to look at Dong Fanyu and the others and sneered. Lu Xingchen, Dong Qing, and Shiming have already agreed. Don't waste any more time. Hurry up and come up to die. This group of people had strong self-esteem. They would never join forces with others unless it was a critical moment. But Qin Feiyang did not want to take them one by one. It was too time-consuming. Therefore, he said this to arouse the anger in Dong Fanyu and the others. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, a group of people rushed to the martial arts practice field. There were a total of 28 people. Their eyes were burning with anger. Yan Nanshan looked at Qin Feiyang helplessly, retreated to the edge of the martial arts practice field, and shouted, Don't go too far. Begin! But none of the 28 people made a move. Don't dawdle. Bring it on. If you come one by one, I can crush you with one finger. Qin Feiyang continued to provoke. Arrogant! Let's see how you crush us. One of the burly men, with an astonishing aura, summoned his battle soul and charged towards Qin Feiyang. This person was also a 7-star battle king. Then watch carefully. Qin Feiyang pointed his finger in the air. A crimson sword shadow appeared out of nowhere and slashed down with irresistible force. In an instant, the burly man's fighting soul shattered. The sword shadow whistled and continued to slash at his head. The burly man was stunned on the spot. He stood there motionless, but his legs were trembling violently. He didn't think that Qin Feiyang was that strong when he was watching from the audience. However, now that they were clashing head-on, he immediately realized that this person was undefeatable. As the sword descended, it looked like it was about to split the burly man into two. Yan Nanchan's expression changed as he shouted, "Don't kill him!" Clang! The sword shadow suddenly trembled and stopped above the burly man's head. It was only a paper's distance from the burly man's head. Plop! The burly man was paralyzed with fear. Cold sweat trickled down his back, and his face turned ghastly pale. His body, which was 1.9 meters tall, was trembling. His eyes were filled with terror. Yan Nanshan heaved a sigh of relief as well. With a wave of his hand, his battle chi turned into a waterfall that wrapped around the burly man and sent him out of the training ground. Yan Nanshan was afraid that Qin Feiyang would kill all of them. The eyes of the remaining 27 people also began to turn serious. Qin Feiyang's combat strength had completely exceeded their expectations. If they were to fight him one by one, they might truly be defeated in the end. However, they truly could not join forces. "You're not going to attack? Then I'll force you guys to attack." Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold. The crimson sword shadow that paused in the void let out an ear-piercing metallic sound as it howled towards Dong Fanyu and the others. "He's going too far. Everyone, stop hesitating and join forces to cripple him!" Xiao Jian hollered. Everyone's auras burst forth. They were furious. They did not object to arrogance, but there had to be a limit. The next moment, 27 streams of battle chi surged into the skies and gathered, forming a resplendent pillar of light that blasted towards the crimson sword shadow. "They're finally willing to join forces." Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as an astonishing battle intent surged from his body. He glanced at Dong Qing and Xiao Hong. Both of them had also broken through to become 8-star battle monarchs. Whoosh! Without hesitation, he used the phantom steps and rushed towards the 27 people. The training ground was filled with his phantoms. So fast! Lu Yun and the other three suddenly stood up, their eyes filled with shock. Yan Nanshan was the same. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang arrived in front of the two young men. His hands shot out explosively and smashed into the two men's chests. These two were 7-star battle monarchs. Ah! The two of them were instantly sent flying. Blood spurted out of their mouths. Like two cannonballs, they shot towards the crowd below the stage and instantly smashed a large number of people. "Brat, you're too arrogant!" However, at the same time, two disciples charged towards Qin Feiyang from behind. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Activating the phantom steps, he instantly disappeared from the sight of the two men. "What? Where is he?" The two of them were shocked. Dong Fanyu, who was standing not far away, shouted, "He's behind you! How can he be so fast?" The two of them changed their expressions and hurriedly turned around. However, just as they turned around, Qin Feiyang raised his leg at lightning speed and kicked their buttocks hard. Ow! The two of them were instantly sent flying. Their faces were distorted as they covered their buttocks with both hands. They screamed like pigs being slaughtered and fell outside the training ground. Their buttocks were kicked. Seeing this, the people below the stage looked at the two of them sympathetically. These two were also 7-star battle monarchs. "He's too fast. We can't do anything to him at all." The two young women were extremely shocked and furious. More than 20 people joined forces and still couldn't stop him. It was simply a great humiliation. Dong Chang roared. "Is it a superior auxiliary battle art?" "No. It's not a superior one. It's a perfect auxiliary battle art," Dong Qing said word by word. "How is that possible? The spiritual state doesn't even have a perfect slaughter battle art, let alone an auxiliary battle art." Dong Fanyu and the others changed their expressions and their faces were full of disbelief. Just as they were speaking, another 3 disciples were blasted out of the training ground and spat out blood. As a result, there were only 20 people left in the training ground. Dongqing said in disbelief. He's a 7-star battle monarch, but his speed is twice as fast as a 9-star battle monarch. If it's not a perfect auxiliary battle art, what is it? Damn it! Why is it like this? Who exactly is he? Lu Xingchen clenched his fists, and a strong cold light burst out of his eyes. He originally wanted to use these people to cripple Qin Feiyang. However, the battle had just begun and these people were defeated by this person. If this continued, there was no chance of winning at all. Bam! Bam! Ah! At this moment, another 5 people were blasted out and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Now there were only 15 people left. Swish! Qin Feiyang flashed and retreated quickly. Everyone was stunned. Why didn't he chase after him? I understand now. The real battle has just begun. Someone said. What do you mean? Everyone was puzzled. Look carefully. The 13 people who were blasted out earlier were all 7-star battle monarchs. The people left in the training ground now are all 8-star battle monarchs. In other words, this person thinks that those 7-star battle monarchs are too much of a hindrance, so he asked them to leave the training ground in advance. He stopped at this moment to give Dong Fanyu and the others a chance to catch their breath. That person explained. What? He actually gave them a chance to catch their breath? Is he stupid? He's not stupid. He's full of confidence. In his eyes, this battle may really be just a boring game. Everyone was discussing animatedly. The 13 people who were blasted out of the training ground were extremely ashamed and resentful. He actually thinks that we're a hindrance? This is outrageous. Xiao Jian, Dong Fanyu, Dongqing, you must do your best and cripple him. The 13 people roared. Dong Fanyu and the others who were standing in the training ground were also extremely angry. He said that he was giving them time to catch their breath, but in fact, he was humiliating them. Dong Fanyu shouted, Everyone, I'm not afraid of losing, but I'm afraid of losing without dignity. Go all out. Boom! Streaks of battle aura soared into the sky, illuminating half of the sky. 15 people used their battle arts at the same time. There were inferior battle arts. There were intermediate battle arts. Dong Fanyu and Xiao Jian had even mastered an advanced battle art. With them as the center, waves of powerful auras rolled out in all directions. Kill! They roared into the sky. Their battle cries shook the sky. 15 types of battle arts, with shocking power, charged toward Qin Feiyang with earth-shattering might. Qin Feiyang glanced at those battle arts and nodded. Not bad, but it's far from enough. After that, he released his aura. His robes fluttered, and his long hair danced wildly. He was like a god of war who had returned, domineering and domineering. Ultimate ruin! He raised his arm and pointed his index finger in the air. Boom! An invisible and vast force spread between heaven and earth like a volcanic eruption. The next moment, a scene that shocked the entire place appeared. One after another, the battle arts collapsed one after another, turning into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Even Dong Fanyu and Xiao Jian's superior battle arts did not last long and dissipated. All the battle arts seemed to have evaporated into thin air. That was the true mystery of ultimate ruin. Everything would return to nothingness. What? It's a perfect battle art again! Dong Fanyu and Xiao Jian widened their eyes and could not help but exclaim on the spot. They were 8-star battle monarchs and were a minor realm higher than Qin Feiyang. And their battle arts were all superior battle arts. However, Qin Feiyang destroyed their battle arts with a finger. This could completely prove that the ultimate ruin that Qin Feiyang executed was a perfect slaughter battle art. Furthermore, it was a top-notch perfect battle art. Although battle arts were divided into 4 levels, inferior, intermediate, superior, and perfect, there were also differences in strength between each level. For example, if the ultimate ruin technique and Guiyuan sword technique were to be compared, the ultimate ruin technique would be slightly stronger. Perfect support battle art! Perfect slaughter battle art! Who the hell is he? Everyone's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Lu Yun and Yan Nanshan were also dumbfounded, filled with disbelief. What had this kid been doing for the past 7 months? What's the big deal about a perfect battle art? You have to know that our cultivation levels are higher than his. Everyone, we haven't lost yet. Activate your battle souls! Xiao Hong and Dong Chung roared. That's right, we haven't lost, and we can't lose. Because we can't afford to lose. Chapter 413. Yes. We can't afford to lose. Let's give it our all and fight him to the death. The other 11 people also roared. If they were to lose here, then these so-called geniuses and monsters would undoubtedly become the biggest laughingstock of the Divine Temple. The people below the stage also held their breaths. They did not even dare to blink for fear of missing the next scene. Roar! Clang! The fighting souls continued to soar into the air. There were weapon-fighting souls. There were fierce beast-fighting souls. There were also rare fighting souls with natural attributes. The natural attributes were gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, wind, lightning, and so on. For glory! For dignity! Kill! Dongfan Yu shouted. The 15 fighting souls released a shocking aura and roared in the sky as they charged toward Qin Feiyang. Deep in the sacred hall, above a mountain range, a pair of sisters stood in the wind. One was wearing a purple dress, while the other was wearing a colorful dress. Both of them had a peerless appearance. These two were the pavilion master of the precious treasure pavilion and the grand hall master of the sacred hall. Both of them looked at the martial arts arena. The lady in purple laughed and said, "Sister, do you think he can win?" The lady in colorful thought for a while and said with a faint smile, "He should be able to." The lady in purple said, "Don't say should. I'm just not sure." "Sister, why don't we make a bet?" "Bet on what?" The lady in colorful was puzzled. The lady in purple said, "I'd bet that he will definitely win. If I'm right, you will kick him out of the sacred hall." The lady in colorful was stunned and said, "Then the precious treasure pavilion will extend an olive branch to him?" "Yes." The lady in purple nodded and said with a smile, "Do you dare to bet with me?" "You wish." The lady in colorful rolled her eyes and said softly, "I can't bear to let go of such a talent." Hearing this, the lady in purple shook her head and laughed, but there was a trace of disappointment in her eyes. The martial arts arena! The 15 fighting souls' auras were overwhelming. The disciples below the stage could not help but be frightened. However, Qin Feiyang looked calm and was not nervous at all. "Since my fighting souls were activated, they have never shown themselves in front of anyone. Today I'll let you shine!" Qin Feiyang murmured. Clang! A metallic sound exploded. Like a heavenly sword being unsheathed, it was earth-shattering. Before the fighting soul appeared, a shocking radiance spread out between the heavens and the earth. "What's the situation?" Everyone was shocked. Suddenly, a crimson-red battle sword soared into the air from Qin Feiyang's back. He was more than 10 meters long, and his entire body was surrounded by flames. Not only was he sharp, but he also carried a faint ferocious aura. This is his fighting soul? It's obviously just an ordinary war soul, but why do I feel fear? Why do I feel like there's a peerless ferocious beast sealed inside the sword? Everyone was bewildered. Qin Feiyang stared at the battle sword and pointed at the 15 war spirits with his index finger. He smiled and said, "Go and show your glory." Clang! The battle sword trembled in the air and turned into a dazzling ray of light as it flew towards the 15 war souls. As it approached, a huge flaming beast roared as it rushed out from the sword. However, there was only a silhouette and no one could tell what it was. However, as soon as it came out, the war souls opposite it could not help but tremble. They looked as if they were afraid, as if they had met the king of beasts. Roar! Clang! The flaming beast roared. The battle sword clanged. The two were like kings descending to the world. Wherever they passed, nothing could stop them. They crushed everything. Dong Fan Yu and the rest's fighting souls were like babies in front of them, unable to withstand a single blow. In a few breaths, the 15 war souls were annihilated. At the same time, the 15 people's bodies trembled violently, and a trace of blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Is this for real? The disciples below the stage stared with their eyes wide open. Although there were differences in strength between fighting souls, this person's fighting soul was ridiculously strong, right? One had to know. Dong Fan Yu and the rest were rare evildoers, and their fighting souls were naturally not weak. However, under this person's fighting soul, they could not resist at all. Who exactly was this person? It's really amazing, Qin Feiyang murmured. He was very satisfied with the power of the Red Sword soul. And the Red Sword Qi's innate superpower was the Flaming Beast. However, even he did not know what the Flaming Beast was. However, he could clearly sense that the strength of the Flaming Beast was completely beyond this. It had yet to be discovered. He looked at Dong Cheng, Xiao Hong, Xiao Jian, and Dong Fan Yu, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Roar! The Flaming Beast roared in the sky and swooped down toward Dong Cheng and Xiao Hong. Clang! At the same time, the battle sword turned in the air and slashed toward Dong Fan Yu and Xiao Jian with a shocking sharpness. What's going on? Why did it target Xiao Jian and the rest? Does it have a grudge against the four of them? Everyone was surprised. Damn it! The four people's faces changed. They immediately performed battle arts and activated their fighting souls, roaring toward the Flaming Beast and the battle sword. Seeing this, the other 11 people quickly retreated to the side, their eyes were full of surprise. Boom! Although the battle sword and the Flaming Beast were separated, the power was not reduced at all. Dong Fan Yu and the other three's fighting souls and battle arts collapsed one after another. The situation was not good. The four of them quickly retreated. The battle sword and the Flaming Beast slammed into the martial arts practice field, and half of the martial arts practice field was instantly turned into ashes. What a powerful fighting soul! Everyone was dumbfounded. With just one fighting soul, the four of them were killed without any strength to fight back. It was incredible. Dong Fan Yu and the other three were also horrified. Fortunately, they dodged in time. Otherwise, they would have followed in Lu Ziyuan's footsteps. Xiao Jian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Qin Feiyang with a ferocious face. He said angrily, "What do you mean? What do I mean?" Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. "You may have forgotten, but I haven't." He waved his hand and the Flaming Beast retracted the battle sword. The battle sword also turned in the air and turned into a flash of light, returning to his Qi. Everyone thought that the battle was over. However, Qin Feiyang pointed his finger again, and the red sword Qi burst out from his fingertip like a tide. Clang! Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of metal, four sword shadows appeared out of nowhere. Guiyuan sword technique, annihilation! Qin Feiyang shouted in a low voice. The four sword shadows rushed into the sky and lit up half of the sky, whistling toward Dong Fan Yu and the other three. Dong Qin shouted, "Don't fight it head-on. The Guiyuan sword technique is also a perfect battle art." What? Dong Fan Yu and the other three were shocked. He had mastered 3 perfect battle arts. The 4 of them panicked. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Deep in their hearts, a deep sense of despair emerged uncontrollably and drowned their whole body and mind. They even forgot to dodge the sword shadows. Seeing that the 4 of them were about to die tragically under the sword shadows, Qin Feiyang shifted the 4 sword shadows and blasted the ground beside the 4 of them. Boom! The ground cracked, and 4 huge trenches appeared. Dust covered the sky and the sun. Dong Fan Yu and the other 3 were sent flying in the first place. Although the sword shadows didn't hit them directly, the terrifying sword Qi made their skin and flesh split open in an instant, and blood splattered everywhere. Bang! Bang! In the end, they rolled on the ground and were drowned in dust. Are they dead? Everyone looked at the place covered in dust. Yan Nanshan looked at Qin Feiyang helplessly. As long as that brat returned, the state capital would not be peaceful. He waved his sleeves and a gust of wind blew, blowing away the dust. Dong Fan Yu and the other three were revealed. The four of them were covered in injuries and lying in a pool of blood on the verge of death. Their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with fear. "It's good that they're not dead." Yan Nanshan looked at the four of them and heaved a sigh of relief. However, their injuries wouldn't be healed in a short period of time. "He's too strong. These paragons are like ants in front of him." The disciples below the stage looked at the dilapidated martial arts practice field and the four of them who were severely injured and sighed. Qin Feiyang looked at the other 11 people and said, "Do you still want to continue?" The 11 of them looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. They had already done their best, but they couldn't even hurt a single hair on the other party. Was there a need to continue? The 11 of them turned around and helped Dong Fan Yu and the other 3 off the stage. However, at this moment, the corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth rose slightly as he pursed his lips into a cold smile. The show had just begun. Xiao Jian suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang. "What do you mean by what you said just now? What exactly did I forget?" Qin Feiyang said. "You'll know later." Xiao Jian looked at him deeply, turned around, and staggered out of the martial arts practice field. "It was indeed exciting." Lu Yun stood up and clapped with both hands. Clap. The disciples below the stage also applauded. He defeated 28 paragons alone and ended in a complete victory. Such a battle record was enough to make him famous. Right. Do you know his name? No. I don't know either. What's going on? Why don't you know? Even if he kept a low profile in the past, someone should know his name, right? The crowd was in an uproar again. Lu Xingchen heard the discussion, and his eyes flashed slightly. He cupped his hands and said to Qin Feiyang, "May I know your name?" Qin Feiyang said, "Give me the potential pill first." "No. We have to confirm whether you're a disciple of the sacred hall or not. If you're not only will you not get the potential pill, we'll also charge you with the crime of trespassing the sacred hall," Shiming said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang said, "Then ask Elder Lu if I'm a disciple of the sacred hall?" "He's a disciple of the pill hall." Lu Yun nodded without hesitation. "Really?" Shiming frowned. Lu Yun raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Cut the crap. Give him the potential pill." "Humph, if I find out that you're helping him hide the truth, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Shiming snorted, took out a jade box, and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang caught it and opened the jade box. The potential pill was immediately exposed in front of everyone. Immediately, all the disciples below looked at the potential pill in unison, their eyes full of desire. Dong Fan Yu and the others were also envious. Qin Feiyang glanced at the disciples around, then looked at Lu Xingchen and Dong Qin, and finally locked his eyes on Shiming. "I don't care about this thing." Chapter 414. What? Everyone's eyes widened in anger. He actually crushed the potential pill? Is he crazy? Doesn't he know the function of the potential pill? What a waste! What a waste! Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing were also in disbelief. Even they yearned for the potential pill, but it was ruined like this. Bastard! Tell me, what do you mean? If you don't make it clear today, don't blame me for killing you on the spot. Shiming roared, his face gloomy to the extreme. What do you mean? Don't you want to know my name? Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth, glanced at the disciples around the stage, and said, "You all want to know too, don't you? I'll tell you now. My name is Qin Feiyang." Qin Feiyang said sonorously and forcefully, one word at a time. Qin Feiyang. As soon as they heard this name, all the people present trembled in body and mind. He is Qin Feiyang? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Especially Dong Qing and others who had a grudge with Qin Feiyang. Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing's eyes were also fixed on Qin Feiyang. Impossible! Qin Feiyang is dead! Don't think that you can pretend to be him just because you have some strength. If you have the ability, you can refine a few best quality pills in public and show us. The next moment, the place was in an uproar. Many people were condemning Qin Feiyang with righteous indignation. You really thought I was dead? Qin Feiyang muttered, took out a face-restoring pill, and threw it into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, his face was restored. It's him! It's really him! He's not dead! Qin Feiyang, who disappeared for 7 months, is finally back. No wonder he targeted Dong Fanyu and the other 3. Everyone was incomparably excited. It was said that Dong Fanyu and Xiao Jian had provoked Qin Feiyang near the martial arts treasury. Needless to say, Dong Qing and Xiao Hong had a grudge against Qin Feiyang from the very beginning. Now that he had returned, he would definitely not let the matter rest. Strong, too strong. As soon as he returned, he crushed all the geniuses. He was fully deserving of the title of king. Return of the king! Return of the king! The disciples below could not help but roar as if they had been injected with chicken blood. His voice was like a great bell, shaking the heavens. No way! He's dead! This isn't real! However, Dong Qing, Xiao Hong, and the others shook their heads frantically, unable to accept this terrifying fact. Who was Qin Feiyang? That was a true monster. As long as he returned, who among the disciples of Temple would be able to compete with him? So I was fighting with him, Dong Fanyu whispered. Her heart was filled with bitterness. The last time they met in the martial arts treasury, this person wasn't very strong. He seemed to be only a 3-star battle king. But how long had it been? Even she could only look up to this person's strength. It's actually him. Damn bastard. How did he suddenly become so strong? Xiao Jian gritted his teeth, his hands tightly clenched together. Back then, he had threatened to teach Qin Feiyang a lesson in the temple's great gathering. But now, even with everyone joining forces, he was still not Qin Feiyang's opponent. This huge gap made him extremely angry and extremely unbalanced. Suddenly, Xiao Jian glanced at Dongqing. His eyes flashed slightly as he whispered, Dongjing died in the hands of Qin Feiyang. Are you going to sit by and do nothing? Immediately, Dongqing's eyes surged with strong killing intent. He endured the pain, jumped onto the stage, and roared with a stern voice. Qin Feiyang, you're an inhumane bastard. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, turned to look at Dongqing, and said indifferently, Are you courting death? The one courting death is you. A bone-chilling voice suddenly sounded. Boom! Following closely, the pressure of a war emperor enveloped Qin Feiyang like a torrent. It was Dongqing. Yan Nanshan and Lu Yun's eyes darkened, and were about to step forward to protect Qin Feiyang. Uncle Yan, Elder Lu, there's no need for you to do anything. Just watch, I can handle it. Qin Feiyang smiled at the two of them, turned to look at Dongqing, and asked, Are you also a member of the Dong family? Yes, I am a member of the Dong family. Furthermore, Dongjing is my third brother. Dongqing nodded. Dongcheng shouted, Big sister, don't waste your breath with him. Quickly kill him and avenge Dongxing. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Today, no one can stop me from killing Qin Feiyang. Killing intent surged in Dongqing's eyes. Whiz! She soared into the air, turned into a streak of light, and charged towards Qin Feiyang like lightning. Lu Xingchen's eyes were also surging with murderous intent. In the past, the Lu family was banned by the Treasure Pavilion because of Qin Feiyang. Moreover, it had seriously threatened his position in the city. But he was more than happy to see Dongqing kill Qin Feiyang. In this way, not only could he get rid of this root of trouble, but he could also maintain a good image, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, he did not seem to realize that the current him had no image to speak of at all. Give me your life. Dongqing's speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of Qin Feiyang. Her slender fingers curved like an eagle's claw, grabbing towards Qin Feiyang's head. It's still hard to say who wants whose life. Qin Feiyang sneered. With a thought, Wolf King appeared out of thin air. This scourge is actually not dead. The disciples below the stage could not help but have a trace of horror on their faces. Wolf King's reputation in the city was even greater than Qin Fei Yang's. However, his notoriety had spread far and wide. Who said that I'm a scourge? Come out if you have the guts. I'll let you know why the sunset is so red. Wolf King was instantly enraged when he heard this. The surrounding crowd retreated. Qin Fei Yang's face darkened, and he knocked hard on Wolf King's head and shouted, "Idiot, look in front." In front? Wolf King was slightly stunned, and when he turned his head and saw Dong Qing, his eyes suddenly widened. "Damn, it's a 5-star combat emperor!" Wolf King exclaimed, and immediately fled with Qin Fei Yang in fear. 5-star combat emperor? Qin Fei Yang was stunned, and then the veins on his forehead bulged, and he said angrily, "Are you kidding me? A mere 5-star combat emperor did not need to flee." "Of course I'm kidding." The Wolf King chuckled. Dong Qing caught nothing, and her eyebrows furrowed, and she quickly chased after the man and the wolf. "What's going on?" The sharp-eyed people quickly noticed that something was wrong. Ruffian Wolf's speed was comparable to Dong Qing's. Yan Nanshan, Lu Yun, Shiming, and Lu Xingchen were also surprised when they saw this. "Little girl, come on. Catch up with me, I'll give you candy." Wolf King looked back at Dong Qing and provoked her as he ran. "Bastard!" Dong Qing was furious. How could this be? Big sister can't catch up with him. Dong Qing, who was standing at the edge, had a face full of disbelief. Xiaohong shouted, "Dong Qing, quickly send a message to your father." "Yes." Dong Qing quivered, and quickly took out an image crystal to send a message to the head of the Dong family. "This is not good. The people of the Dong family are coming. I'm afraid Qin Fei Yang and Ruffian Wolf won't be able to escape today." People whispered to each other. Wolf King glanced at Dong Qing and said, "Little Qin Zi, do you want to kill him?" "Of course. And I'm going to kill him in front of the head of the Dong family." Qin Fei Yang's eyes flickered with killing intent. Wolf King said to himself, "Okay, when the shadow of that old dog appears, I'll send you there." Soon, an illusionary figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man. He was 7 feet tall, wearing a purple robe, and his eyes were like torches, with the majesty of a superior. He was the head of the Dong family. The head of the Dong family asked, "Cheng-er, what can I do for you?" Dong Qing said, "Father, that bastard Qin Fei Yang is back. Come to the martial arts field of the Holy Temple." "What?" The head of the Dong family glared and shouted, "Isn't he dead?" "He's not dead." Dong Qing shook his head. "Now!" Qin Fei Yang shouted secretly. Wolf King waved his claws, and Qin Fei Yang's body became light, and in the blink of an eye, he landed behind Dong Qing. The head of the Dong family said in shock and anger, "You're really not dead?" "Yes, you must be very disappointed. Come and collect your son's body." Qin Fei Yang grinned, his battle chi surging, and punched towards Dong Qing's head. Dong Qing's body and mind trembled, and he roared, "Father, big sister, save me. How dare you!" The head of the Dong family was furious. "Qin Fei Yang, stop." Yan Nanshan and Lu Yun also hurriedly shouted, "Good chance." Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up, his aura suddenly erupted, and he rushed towards Qin Fei Yang. At the same time, he shouted in a stern voice, "Qin Fei Yang, you've already lost your mind. If I don't kill you, the heavens won't tolerate it. Yes, an unpardonable villain, you deserve to be killed." Shiming shouted and also rushed towards Qin Fei Yang. "Qin Fei Yang, if you dare to kill Dong Qing, even if the Heavenly King descends today, he won't be able to save you." Dong Qing also abandoned Wolf King and rushed towards Qin Fei Yang murderously. "Then I'll really try." Qin Fei Yang smiled coldly. He punched Dong Qing's head with all his strength. Ah! Bang! Accompanied by a shrill scream, Dong Qing's head exploded like a watermelon. He really killed him. Everyone at the scene was dumbstruck. "Little bastard, if I don't kill you today, I'm not a man." The head of the Dong family was furious, and he immediately opened a portal. Incorrigible bastard! Go to hell! Dong Qing, Lu Xingchen, and Shi Ming rushed over and did not hesitate to kill Qin Feiyang. Yan Nanshan's eyes darkened, and he was about to save him. But at this moment, a furious roar that shook the heavens and the earth suddenly resounded. How dare you ignore me? This is simply unforgivable. Wolf King was furious. Whoosh! It stood up, used the void escape step, crossed the void, and instantly landed behind Lu Xingchen and the other two. What? What a fast speed! Yan Nanshan and Lu Yun's eyes widened. Ruffian Wolf had also mastered a perfect auxiliary skill. Lu Xingchen and the other two also changed their expressions. The Wolf King's peerlessly terrifying might sent chills down their spines. The three of them looked at each other, and as if they had reached an agreement, they nodded at the same time. Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing immediately turned around and punched Wolf King. Shi Ming still rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Trash, get lost! Wolf King roared, and its two small paws slammed towards Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing's fists. Boom! The two of them were blasted away on the spot. The skin on their arms was lacerated, and blood splattered everywhere. What? So strong! Chapter 415. After sending Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing flying, Wolf King immediately looked at Shi Ming. Old bastard, you're just a 9-star combat emperor. Why are you so arrogant? Boom! At the same time, Wolf King's body emitted a golden light and instantly transformed into a muscular wolf that was more than 10 meters tall. His aura soared crazily. Following that, it stomped its foot towards Shi Ming. At this moment, he was like a peerless beast that had descended. His ferocious aura shook the world. Damn it! How did it become so strong in just 7 months? Shi Ming's expression suddenly changed. He did not dare to be careless and punched the air. The fist and the claw met with a loud bang. Awooh! The Wolf King howled and shot into the sky like a meteor. Its claws were lacerated and its flesh was torn. The ground under Shi Ming's feet collapsed in an instant. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ruffian Wolf actually injured Elder Shi? Seeing this, the hearts of everyone present were filled with great shock. Where did Qin Feiyang and Wolf King go in the 7 months that they were missing? One of them had swept away all the great geniuses and was unstoppable. One of them suppressed Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing. He even had the strength to fight Elder Shi. His strength was advancing too quickly, wasn't it? Wolf King stabilized his body and swooped down. He landed in front of Qin Feiyang and shouted, Little Qin Zi, old dog Dong is coming. Come on up! Qin Feiyang jumped up and landed on Wolf King's back. Then, Wolf King rushed into the sky. Swoosh! At the next moment, a purple figure appeared out of thin air. It was Patriarch Dong. He lowered his head and looked at Dong Cheng's headless body. His eyes were emitting a strong cold light. Boom! His aura exploded. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and Ling Wang. He shouted, Today, you will die without a burial place! Whoosh! His murderous aura surged as he charged towards the man and the wolf. Shi Ming, Lu Xingchen, and Dong Qing also rose into the air. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Old dog Dong is also a 9-star combat emperor. So what if he's a 9-star combat emperor? Wolf King was filled with disdain. Don't be careless. Last time, when you fought Luo Guang and the other two, it was because your cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds, which gave them a lot of pressure. That's why they're so afraid. However, there is indeed no need to worry, because we have divine artifacts in our hands. Qin Feiyang chuckled. What divine artifact? Wolf King was bewildered. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and 2 rib bones appeared. They floated in the air and flickered with a hazy light. Wolf King's eyes lit up. Ha ha, you little worms, tremble before me! He stretched out his claws and grabbed the 2 rib bones. He roared in high spirits and charged towards Patriarch Dong. The man and the wolf met in an instant. Patriarch Dong's aura was like a rainbow as he slapped the air with his palm. Battle chi gushed out of his palm and turned into a torrent, rushing towards Wolf King and Qin Feiyang. Heh! Wolf King snickered, swung the rib bones and smashed them forward. An astonishing scene appeared. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. Patriarch Dong's battle chi was annihilated in an instant. What? Patriarch Dong was stunned. This dog-beating stick is really awesome! Wolf King was also stunned, then he laughed wildly and said, Old dog Dong, don't run away today if you have the guts! He was full of fighting spirit. He took a step forward and crossed the void. The rib bones in his hand shone brightly and blasted towards Patriarch Dong's head. Bastard, do you think you can overturn the heavens? Patriarch Dong was furious. His battle chi surged as he threw a punch. Crack! However, the result was that his entire arm was smashed into pieces by the rib bones. The severe pain made him unable to help but howl miserably. How is this possible? Where did this broken bone come from? It's so terrifying! Patriarch Dong was shocked. Shiming and the other two were also scared out of their wits. Haha, this is not a broken bone. This is a godly dog-beating weapon. It's specially used to beat shameless old dogs like you. The Wolf King laughed maniacally. He raised the rib bones and smashed it towards Patriarch Dong again. Damn it! Patriarch Dong cursed and hurriedly retreated. Heh! Wolf King snickered, suddenly turned in the air, and went straight to Shiming. Seeing this, Shiming's pupils contracted as he turned around and fled. Why are you running? Weren't you very awesome just now? Wolf King smiled disdainfully and looked at Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing. When the two saw this situation, they immediately fled in horror as if their buttocks were on fire. Damn it! What are you doing? Wolf King was furious. However, he looked very proud and stood in the air proudly. What's that rib bone? It's too strong! The disciples below were dumbfounded by what they saw. Yan Nanchan's eyes flickered. There was also a rib bone in his Qianquan bag. At that time, Qin Feiyang gave one to Elder Wan, and Elder Wan gave it to him. He had long known that the rib bone was not an ordinary thing. But he never expected it to be so powerful. Qin Feiyang glanced at Shiming and the other three and shouted in a low voice. Go and deal with Dong Lao Go and Shiming first. Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing will be dealt with later. That's what I think. Wolf King chuckled. He took the air escape step and chased after Shiming. Old Gosher, you are the law-enforcing elder. How can you be so spineless? Don't lose face in front of the disciples. Old Go Dong, Dong Qing and Dong Zheng are both your sons. Don't you want to avenge them? You don't know yet. When Dong Jing died, he was even more miserable than Dong Chang. A man and a wolf were wantonly provoking with boundless arrogance. Shiming landed beside Patriarch Dong. The two stared at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, clenching their hands and emitting a piercing murderous aura. Attack! Suddenly, the two men shouted at the same time. Roar! Accompanied by two earth-shattering roars, two enormous ferocious beasts soared into the sky from behind the two of them. They were their fighting souls. Fighting souls, I'm so scared. Wolf King shrank his neck, revealing a look of horror. But they did not stop and went straight to the two men. Seeing this, Shiming and Shiming were so angry that they spurted blood. This beast dared to play with them like monkeys. It was really unforgivable. Kill! The two men roared angrily, their murderous aura soaring to the sky. The two fighting souls opened their bloody mouths and roared at the man and the wolf with ferocious might. Hey, I'll let you have a taste of losing your fighting souls. Wolf King grinned. Boom! A golden light rushed into the sky. A huge golden beast shadow appeared out of nowhere. That amazing ferocious aura, like a tsunami, rushed in all directions. Deprive. With Wolf King's low roar, the golden beast's shadow opened its mouth wide. The two men's fighting souls flew uncontrollably toward the golden beast's shadow's wide mouth. How could this be? Patriarch Dong and Shiming were so shocked that they could not speak clearly. Finally, under countless incredulous gazes, the two men's fighting souls were swallowed by the golden beast shadow. Not only that, Patriarch Dong and Shiming immediately felt as if they had lost their fighting souls forever. With a belly full of doubts, they tried to activate their fighting souls again. Suddenly, they were overwhelmed with horror. They had really lost their fighting souls. How could this be? At this time, Wolf King attacked. He raised the two ribs and swept them towards the two men's legs. Crack! Ah! Their legs shattered on the spot, and their screams resounded through the sky. Following that, Wolf King stepped on their heads. Boom! Like meteorites, the two men smashed into the ground below. A hall instantly turned into ashes, and a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. Dust filled the air. Whoosh! Wolf King swooped down and brought Qin Feiyang into the deep pit. Hee hee! A man and a wolf rubbed their palms together and punched and kicked the two men. Ah, little bastard, kill us if you have the guts. Bastard, I won't let this matter rest. The two men roared and screamed. Lu Yun and Yan Nanshan looked at each other, rose into the air, and landed above the huge pit. Yan Nanshan frowned and was about to stop them. However, Lu Yun waved his hand and sneered. These two are asking for a beating. Let them enjoy it a little longer. Enjoy it? Yan Nanshan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing also flew over. Seeing that Patriarch Dong and Shiming were covered in cuts and bruises, but Lu Yun and Yan Nanshan were still watching silently from the sidelines. They could not help but feel a surge of anger in their hearts. Dong Qing shouted, Elder Lu, Elder Yan, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to indulge them like this? Even they are no match for Ruffian Wolf. What can Yan Nanshan and I do? Lu Yun said indifferently. Ahem. Yan Nanshan coughed and nodded. That's right. With Elder Lu and my strength, we can only be abused. Since you can't do anything, let me teach them a lesson for you. Before Yan Nanshan could finish his sentence, an aged voice could be heard. His words were laced with a strong sense of anger. Patriarch! Dong Qing's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. Patriarch? Qin Feiyang and the Wolf King were also startled as they raised their heads to look. Immediately, they saw an old man with a ruddy complexion and white hair standing in the sky. The aura emitted from his body shook half the sky. War Master! Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. There's such an old monster in the Dong family? Wolf King was surprised. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom! All of a sudden, the Dong family's patriarch pointed his finger in the air. A resplendent battle chi, carrying with it the power to destroy the world, shot towards Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. The sacred palace will not tolerate your impudence! Yan Nanshan shouted coldly, and with a flash, he appeared above the man and the wolf. Lu Yun's expression changed, and he shouted, Yan Nanshan, he is a one-star war master, you are not his match! So what if you are a one-star war master? Yan Nanshan was incomparably domineering. The aura hidden in his body erupted like a volcano. Next, he struck out with his palm. The flaming battle chi roared out, transforming into a torrent that overflowed the heavens, colliding with the battle chi of the Dong family's patriarch. Previous chapter, next chapter. A loud explosion rang out like a thunderclap, deafening. The sky above the sacred palace was instantly dyed fiery red. What? You are also a one-star war master! Lu Yun was dumbstruck. After getting along with him for so long, she had always thought that Yan Nanshan was an 8-star war emperor. But she didn't expect him to be a war master level super overlord. War master! Lu Xingchen and Lu Yun were also dumbstruck. This unknown deacon elder actually had such a terrifying cultivation? Chapter 416. Ever since he broke through to the Battle Master realm, Yan Nanshan had been hiding his cultivation level. He didn't want anyone to notice him. As such, in the entire sacred hall, other than Qin Feiyang and a few others, No one knew his true cultivation level. Now that he showed it, everyone was shocked. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King looked at each other and chuckled. They then continued to beat up Shiming and Yan Nanshan. The Dong clan's patriarch's face darkened. He looked at Yan Nanshan and said, "I didn't expect the Sacred Hall to have someone like you." Yan Nanshan said, "I also didn't expect the Dong clan to be so despicable." "Despicable?" The Dong clan's patriarch frowned and shouted, "How is my Dong clan despicable? You have to explain it to me today." "Humph, don't pretend to be innocent. You know it better than anyone." Yan Nanshan snorted. "Arrogant!" The Dong clan's patriarch was furious. Battle Chi gushed out and instantly formed a giant hand that covered the sky. Next, the giant hand pressed down on Yan Nanshan. The majestic aura shook the void and the earth. "Don't you know that the Battle Master realm prohibits fighting in the city?" Right at this moment, a middle-aged man broke through the void and arrived. He was wearing a purple robe. His body was tall and straight. His eyebrows were like swords. There were white spots on his sideburns. He was filled with vicissitudes of life. The aura that he exuded was like a vast ocean. It was unfathomable. This man was the martial arts hall master. "Greetings, hall master." Lu Yun and Yan Nanshan cupped their hands and greeted. The martial arts hall master glanced at the two of them. He then raised his head and looked at the giant hand that was swooping down. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He waved his sleeves, and an invisible force spread out. That giant hand immediately collapsed and dissipated. "The disciples of the Sacred Hall are basically all down there. What if you hurt them by doing this?" At this moment, another magnetic voice was heard. Everyone looked over. They saw a gentle and elegant man in white clothes. He had his hands behind his back. He stepped on the void and walked over step by step. His entire body was filled with an ethereal aura. "Greetings, Hall Master." Lu Yun and Yan Nanshan cupped their hands and greeted him again. This man was the Pill Hall Master who had never shown himself. "No need to be so polite." The Pill Hall Master smiled, then nodded at the Martial Arts Hall Master. Next, he glanced at Lu Xingchen and Dong Qing, then raised his head to look at the Dong family's patriarch. "Old Monster Dong, this is the Holy Temple, not your Dong clan. Know your limits." His words were very calm, but there was a hint of fear in Old Monster Dong's eyes. This old man admits that this old man was indeed lacking in consideration. But what about Qin Feiyang? 7 months ago, he brutally killed Dong Jing outside the city. Now that he's back, not only did he not apologize, he even killed Dong Qing. He even injured the head of my Dong family. See for yourself. He hasn't stopped even now. How will my Dong clan establish itself in the city in the future? Is this how the Holy Sanctum indulges their disciples? The head of the Dong family shouted in a stern voice. The two palace masters lowered their heads and looked at the deep pit. The martial arts hall master's face immediately revealed a look of disgust. Old Monster Dong was here. He and the Pill Hall's hall master were here too. However, not only did the man and the wolf not restrain themselves, they became even more enthusiastic. They were completely treated as air. They had no manners at all. As for the Pill Hall's hall master, there was a strange look in his eyes. The martial arts hall master shouted, "Do you think that you haven't caused enough trouble? Stop right now." "Trouble?" The man and the wolf looked at each other and sneered. "You can continue," Qin Feiyang said to Wolf King. He looked up at the martial arts hall master and said, "Hall master, I would like to ask. What trouble did I cause? Did you see that? Did you see that?" Until now, he still hasn't realized his mistake. "He's hopeless," Old Monster Dong shouted. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at Old Monster Dong fearlessly. He sneered and said, "Old man, am I asking you? Why are you interrupting? If you have nothing to do, then go and dig feces. Don't behave atrociously here," he added. "Dig feces?" Yan Nanshan and Lu Yun's face twitched. This brat really dared to say that. Bastard, you really have no manners. Old Monster Dong was furious. He looked at the two hall masters and shouted, "If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I will not let this matter rest." The martial arts hall master said angrily, "Qin Feiyang, you are too presumptuous. Kneel down and admit your mistake and accept your punishment." Kneel down? Qin Feiyang's eyes immediately turned cold. He asked, "May I ask, hall master, have I offended you? Why are you siding with outsiders?" The martial arts hall master raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm just stating facts. Do you dare say that you didn't kill Dong Jing and Dong Qing?" "I killed them." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then what are you talking about? Wrong is wrong, right is right. I'm not shielding you just because you are a disciple of the sacred hall." The martial arts hall master was furious. Qin Feiyang asked, "What if this matter is the Dong clan's fault? I won't let them go either." The martial arts hall master didn't even hesitate and blurted out, "You said it yourself? Don't go back on your words later." Qin Feiyang smiled. He was waiting for this sentence. The pill hall master pondered for a while and asked curiously, "Qin Feiyang, do you mean that there is something fishy about this matter?" "That's right. The Dong clan started all of this. Dong Jing wanted to get rid of me back then. That's why I killed him." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Nonsense. How could my Dong clan do such a thing? Kid, don't try to twist the truth and slander me." The Dong clan's old ancestor laughed out of anger. "Butler Dong saw you kill Dong Jing with his own eyes. No matter how glib your tongue is, don't try to shirk the responsibility." Dong Qing also shouted, "Stupid woman." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Dong Qing said angrily, "What did you say? Fight me to the death if you dare." "Idiot." Qin Feiyang looked at her with disdain. Dong Qing glared and gritted her teeth. She was about to go crazy from anger. Qin Feiyang glanced at her indifferently, then looked at old Monster Dong and said, "Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll take out the evidence." "Go ahead. I'll see what evidence you can take out." Dong Qing sneered. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Butler Dong appeared out of thin air. He was covered in wounds and blood. It was a horrible sight. It was obvious that he had been specially taken care of in the castle. "Butler Dong?" Dong Qing looked carefully and finally recognized Butler Dong. She said angrily, "When did you kidnap him?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Before I banned the 4 great clans." "Banned?" Everyone was stunned. It turned out that Qin Feiyang was the one behind the precious treasure pavilion banning the 4 great clans. Old Monster Dong said angrily, "Butler Dong, what is going on?" "Ancestor, I..." Butler Dong looked up at Old Monster Dong, but before he could say anything, he lowered his head again. His eyes were full of sadness. If Qin Feiyang didn't have evidence, he would definitely bite back immediately. But now, Qin Feiyang had irrefutable evidence. If he still bit back, the Dong clan would only end up worse. Old Monster Dong's heart sank. Was it really as Qin Feiyang said that the Dong clan was the one who started all this? "Say it!" Dong Qing shouted impatiently. "He doesn't dare to say it." Qin Feiyang sneered and took out an image crystal. His battle chi surged, and an image appeared. Everyone looked at the image. At the same time, a conversation could be heard in the void. At this moment, everyone fell silent. When the conversation disappeared and the image dissipated, everyone's eyes fell on the group of people from the Dong clan. "White-eyed wolf, that's enough," Qin Feiyang said. Wolf King kicked Patriarch Dong and Shiming hard again, then withdrew his claws and rushed out of the deep pit with Qin Feiyang. "Little Qin Zi, I'll keep these 2 broken bones with me from now on." He looked at the 2 ribs lovingly. Qin Feiyang nodded. Anyway, he still had 3 ribs, and these 2 would be left for Wolf King to protect himself. Wolf King put them away happily, looked at Old Monster Dong and the others, and said with a smile, "What's the matter? Weren't you all very arrogant before? Why aren't you talking now?" Butler Dong's face was ashen. Dong Qing and Old Monster Dong's faces were also extremely gloomy. They came here to denounce the Dong clan, but they never expected that the result would be like this. Yan Nanshan sneered and said, "Ancestor of the Dong clan, I'm afraid that now your Dong clan has to give our holy sanctum a satisfactory explanation." "That's right. Qin Feiyang has been wrong for 7 months and has been despised by the world. Even our holy sanctum has been criticized by the world and our reputation has been damaged. This matter can't be let go." Lu Yun's face was as cold as frost, and his eyes were shining. Dong Qing glanced at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, swooped down into the deep pit, and helped Patriarch Dong up. "Father, did you know about this?" Dong Qing asked as she fed the Dong family head a healing pill. Patriarch Dong shook his head. Dong Qing shouted, "Butler Dong, why did you hide it from everyone?" At this moment, Steward Dong was suffering in silence, unable to voice out his bitterness. In fact, Patriarch Dong knew about this matter. Because before he murdered Qin Feiyang, he had asked Patriarch Dong for instructions. It could be said that Patriarch Dong had instructed him to do so. But now, Patriarch Dong pretended not to know. Obviously, he wanted to make him take the blame. But the point was, if he exposed Patriarch Dong's lie now, even if he didn't die in the holy sanctum now, he would die in the Dong family in the future. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and bear it. "Alas!" he sighed deeply. "Patriarch Dong is a reasonable person. If I told the truth, he wouldn't have attacked Qin Feiyang, and the third young master would have died in vain. This matter is my fault alone. If the holy sanctum insists on an explanation, I am willing to use my old life to make up for my mistake." Butler Dong straightened his back and said firmly, "Continue acting." Qin Feiyang sneered without hiding it. Butler Dong said angrily, "I can swear to God that I am telling the truth." "Truth? Don't be funny. Patriarch Dong is not as noble as you say. Back then, I saw the communication between you and Dong Jing with great clarity. This matter was Patriarch Dong's idea." Qin Feiyang sneered. "Nonsense!" Chapter 417. "Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know very well in your heart." Qin Feiyang sneered. Old Monster Dong's face was gloomy. He stared at Patriarch Dong and shouted, "Do you know or not?" Patriarch Dong's body and mind trembled, and his eyes were a little flustered. "Ancestor, Patriarch doesn't know," Butler Dong hurriedly said. Immediately, he glanced at the crowd, and a touch of determination flashed across his old eyes. He shouted, "Now I will use my old life to prove Patriarch's innocence." After that, he glanced at the ground and suddenly hit a stone. His head suddenly burst open, and blood flowed out. Qin Feiyang's face changed, and he hurried forward to check. He found that Butler Dong was already dead. He was a little lost in thought. He didn't expect that Butler Dong would give up his life to exonerate Patriarch Dong. In this way, there would be no evidence. Alas! With a long sigh, he got up and looked at Patriarch Dong. It seemed that this time, there was no way to kill this person. Patriarch Dong, at this moment, had completely forgotten the sharp pain. He stared at Butler Dong's body, his hands tightly clenched together. Dong Qing's eyes turned and fell on Qin Feiyang. She said coldly, "Are you satisfied now?" Qin Feiyang didn't pay attention to her at all. He said lightly, "Patriarch Dong, how do you feel now?" Patriarch Dong's eyes flashed with killing intent when he heard this. But soon, he covered it up and said expressionlessly, "This is what he deserves. What he deserves. You are also the head of a family. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it. You let a butler be the scapegoat. I truly prostrate myself in admiration." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, with a thick sneer at the corner of his mouth. Patriarch Dong's eyes were red, and he growled, "I've already said that I don't know about this matter." "Okay, I misunderstood you." Qin Feiyang grinned. "Since you know it's a misunderstanding, then I advise you not to talk nonsense outside in the future," Dong Qing threatened. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Don't worry about that. I won't be like some people, looking for trouble. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Xingchen, intentionally or otherwise. Lu Xingchen's face sank. Qin Feiyang, the Dong clan has given you and the Holy Sanctum an explanation. Now, shouldn't you also give my Dong clan an explanation? The Dong family's patriarch said. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, Why should I give you an explanation? Our Dong clan was indeed in the wrong. We have nothing to say about you killing Dong Jing and Steward Dong, but you shouldn't have killed Dong Qing. The Dong family's great ancestors shouted. Yo, you're going too far? Wolf King let out a strange cry and laughed mischievously. Old fart, don't provoke your Lord Wolf, or else be careful that you don't have any descendants. Arrogant! The Dong family's patriarch flew into a rage. The martial arts hall master's eyes flashed and said, I think that Qin Feiyang is indeed in the wrong. En? Yan Nanshan and Lu Yun couldn't help but frown. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King also looked at the martial arts hall master with flickering eyes. The pill hall master smiled faintly and turned to the martial arts hall master. He said, The Dong clan slandered Qin Feiyang and let him bear the infamy. Anyone would be furious if they were in his shoes. Can you tell me what he did wrong? His mistake is that he shouldn't have killed Dong Cheng. He has evidence. Why didn't he show it earlier? It's obvious that he wanted to kill Dong Qing on purpose. His intention is punishable. Furthermore, he shouldn't have attacked Shiming. Even if Shiming is in the wrong, he's still the elder of law enforcement of the Holy Sanctum. What he did is not only offending his superiors, but also disregarding the rules of the Holy Sanctum. He must be severely punished. Otherwise, if everyone is as rude as him in the future, wouldn't the Holy Sanctum be in chaos? The martial arts hall master yelled. What he said was reasonable. However, Qin Feiyang felt that this person was purposely targeting him. Shiming looked at Qin Feiyang viciously and looked at the pill hall master with grievance. He bowed and said, Hall master, please help me. The pill hall master frowned. He lowered his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. He smiled faintly and said, Just apologize to them. Why should I apologize? Qin Feiyang sneered. Yan Nanshan took a step and landed beside Qin Feiyang. He said softly, Feiyang, don't be stubborn. Listen to the hall master. Uncle Yan, this isn't my fault. Qin Feiyang frowned. Uncle Yan knows that you've been wronged. However, this matter is too complicated. If we continue to make a fuss, it will only get worse. It won't benefit anyone. Yan Nanshan transmitted his voice secretly. Apologizing and admitting your mistake won't cost you anything. What are you afraid of? Moreover, a man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. A moment of forbearance doesn't mean that you're a loser. Lu Yun also came down and advised. After pausing for a while, she said softly, I promise that I'll give you a surprise after this matter is over. Surprise? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Lu Yun didn't reveal anything. She only smiled mysteriously. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and finally nodded helplessly. He could ignore Lu Yun's words. However, he couldn't go against Yan Nanshan's words. Huff. He let out a long breath and turned to look at Shiming and the Dong family head. He cupped his hands and said, Seniors, please forgive me for my previous offense. You've hurt me so badly. Do you think an apology is enough? And Dong Qing, he's my favorite son. You have to compensate for my loss. The Dong family head said angrily. Insatiable? Yan Nanshan and Lu Yun frowned immediately. The pill hall's hall master looked unhappy too. It was his idea to ask Qin Feiyang to apologize. However, the Dong family head didn't accept it. It was no doubt a slap to his face. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered and said playfully, Then tell me, how do you want me to compensate? Firstly, ask the Jinbao Pavilion to remove the ban on my Dong family immediately. Secondly, you're the one who refined the potential pill, right? The Dong family head asked. Yes, I refined it. Qin Feiyang nodded. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Although the Jinbao Pavilion didn't say it explicitly, Everyone guessed that it was most likely Qin Feiyang who refined it. It was true. It was no wonder that he had a look of disdain on the training ground and even crushed the potential pill with his foot. The Dong family head said in a deep voice, "Remove the ban and give us the formula of the potential pill. Then we'll let this matter pass." "Give you the formula?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He couldn't help but look at the Dong family head weirdly, as if he was looking at an idiot. In the entire great Qin Empire, only he had the formula of the potential pill. It could be said that as long as he had the formula, it was equivalent to having endless wealth. How could he give it to the Dong family? Not to mention the Dong family, even if Yan Nanshan asked for it, he would only give the elixir and not the formula. Of course, Yan Nanshan wouldn't be as unreasonable as the Dong family head. Because it was taboo to ask for the formula. Especially the precious formula. "This condition is too rude. I'll reject it on behalf of Qin Feiyang. This matter will end here. Please leave the sacred hall immediately. If you're not convinced, you can go and argue with the mansion master." Qin Feiyang was about to speak, but the pill hall's hall master spoke first and even asked them to leave. Old Monster Dong, the Dong family head, and Dong Qing's expression turned ugly after hearing that. At the same time, the martial arts hall master was also unhappy. He snorted. "You're protecting him." "Protecting? All right, I'll do as you wish. If anyone dares to touch him, they'll be going against me. If you have any opinions, you can go and argue with the chief hall master. Of course, if you want to fight with me, I'll accompany you to the end." The pill hall's hall master smiled faintly. His calm tone was full of dominance. Wolf King transmitted a message. "Little Qin Zi, the two big shots of the pill hall are quite bold." Qin Feiyang nodded. As the person in charge of the sacred hall, he should have such boldness. Because only by doing so could he gain the respect of the sacred hall's disciples. People like the martial arts hall master and Shiming were simply a joke. He looked at old Monster Dong and the other two. He didn't hide the mockery in his eyes. If the Dong family head knew when to stop, he wouldn't have ended up like this. The saying "the evils brought upon themselves are the hardest to bear" was indeed true. "Why are you still standing here? Do you want me to treat you to a few drinks before you're willing to leave?" The pill hall's hall master frowned. It was obvious that he had lost his patience. "Hall master, I didn't think it through before. I sincerely apologize to you. But Dong Chun can't die for nothing. I can't suffer all these injuries for nothing. I don't want the elixir formula now. I only want 50 potential elixirs." The Dong family head roared with righteous indignation. Today's incident could be said to have ruined the Dong family's reputation. If they were chased away like this, the Dong family would lose completely. In the future, the Dong family would definitely become the laughing stock of the world. 50 potential elixirs. You really dare to ask for it? Do you think they're cabbages that can be found everywhere? Get lost immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for throwing you out. You'll be even more humiliated by then. The pill hall's hall master shouted. His eyes were shining with cold light, revealing a dangerous signal. The Dong family head's eyes trembled. He said angrily, "Pill hall's hall master, enough. Don't you think it's humiliating enough? Let's go." At this moment, old Monster Dong shouted and waved his hand to take out a teleportation door. Dong Qing's eyes flashed. She said, "Laozu, wait!" Old Monster Dong frowned. Dong Qing looked at Qin Feiyang and said word by word, "I officially challenge you." As soon as she said that, Qin Feiyang instantly frowned. Is there something wrong with this woman's head? She's a genuine 5-star combat emperor. How dare she challenge a 7-star combat king? Her level of shamelessness is really beyond my reach. Dong Qing ignored everyone's gaze and continued. "If I win, you'll give me the formula of the potential elixir," Qin Feiyang said. "What if you lose?" Dong Qing said. "If I lose, not only will I give you my life, I'll also write off everything. How can your life be compared to the formula of the potential elixir?" Wolf King's eyes were filled with disdain. Lu Xingchen said. No matter how worthless Dongqing's life is, it's still more valuable than yours. Aya! If you didn't speak, I would have forgotten about you. Idiot Lu, do you want to spar? Come, come, come! Coincidentally, Lord Wolf's hands are itchy too. I'll play with you. Wolf King glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. It was as if he was looking at an ant, full of disdain. Lu Xingchen clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. Chapter 418. Looking at Lu Xingchen's expression, Qin Feiyang sneered. Maybe it was because of Ren Wushuang, but every time he saw Lu Xingchen being humiliated, he felt great. Cough, cough! He coughed and laughed. Senior brother Lu, I also agree that you should fight with Ruffian Wolf. Whoever loses will have to kneel down and call him master. Little Qin Zi, don't say any more. He wouldn't dare to do that even if he had more guts. Wolf King looked at him in disdain. Don't be so straightforward. He's your senior brother after all. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Yes, yes, yes. Idiot Lu, no, senior brother Lu, I'm sorry. Please don't be offended. Wolf King laughed sarcastically. What he said was no doubt adding fuel to the fire. It made Lu Xingchen even angrier. Seeing this, Yan Nanshan couldn't help but shake his head. This so-called proud son of the heavens was indeed not very bright. Who in the sacred palace didn't know that Qin Feiyang and Wolf King weren't people to be trifled with? Others didn't even have the time to hide, yet he took the initiative to approach? Wasn't he looking for a beating? Lu Yun also looked at him in disdain. He couldn't win in a fight, nor could he win in a conversation. Yet he still came to stir up trouble. He really didn't have any self-awareness. In the end, Lu Xingchen couldn't take it lying down. He sneered. Don't try to change the topic. If you're capable, then accept Dongqing's challenge. Wolf King said in disdain. If you're capable, then accept my challenge. I'm begging you. Can you do it? Lu Xingchen was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He really couldn't understand why this ruffian wolf was able to retort sarcastically every time he said a word. Stupid donkey! The pill hall master mumbled. He couldn't take it anymore. He sighed. Lu Xingchen, don't say anything if you don't have the ability. You're just asking for trouble. However, the pill hall master's good intentions made Lu Xingchen even more furious. Qin Feiyang, if you're still a man, stop being so wishy-washy, Dongqing said furiously. His mood became more and more irritated. Actually, she was very clear in her heart. If he challenged Qin Feiyang today, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, he would definitely become the subject of ridicule. But she had no choice. She had to think of a way to restore the Dong family's dignity. Even if she had to sacrifice her reputation, she would not hesitate. The most important thing was, as long as she won this battle, she would be able to obtain the potential pill formula. Compared to the value of the pill formula, one's reputation was not even worth mentioning. However, Qin Feiyang only cared about rebuking Lu Xingchen and completely treated her as air. He didn't even plan to compete with her. This kind of disregard made her very uncomfortable. However, even though she tried to provoke him, Qin Feiyang still ignored her. Dongqing was furious and shouted, Bastard, are you still a man? Fuck! You're so annoying! Little Qin Zi, just take off your pants and let her see what a man's masculinity is. Wolf King shouted impatiently. Get lost! Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and he knocked hard on its head. Dongqing also gnashed her teeth and stared at Wolf King. This beast was really too cheap. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and showed a look of realization. She said disdainfully, Qin Feiyang, I didn't know that you were this kind of man. What kind of man? Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned to look at her in confusion. Dongqing sneered and said, You're really hypocritical. Since you don't want to say it, I'll say it. As long as you beat me, I'll be your woman from now on. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Aren't you waiting for me to take the initiative? Now that I've spoken, will you accept my challenge? Dong Qing said. Wait. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stretched out his hand and frowned. You mean I'm coveting your beauty? Aren't you? Dong Qing's lips lifted with a touch of ridicule. Qin Feiyang was stunned again and shook his head. You're really confident. Although he didn't know many women, all of them were superb beauties. The gentle mermaid princess. The peerless Ren Wuxuang. The elegant and refined Luo Qingzhu. The playful and lovely Zhao Shuang'er. The barbaric Feng Ling'er. As well as the sentimental Lin Yi. Which one of them wasn't a beauty? Any one of them could crush Dong Qing. Coveting her beauty? What a joke. Even if he had to pay for it, he wouldn't want such an arrogant and domineering woman. White-Eyed Wolf has already made it very obvious that your value is not as good as the pill formula. Also, although I'm younger than you, I'm not stupid. Your little cleverness is useless to me. As for your beauty, you'd better find other men. Maybe they are more interested than me. Qin Feiyang said faintly and looked away after saying that. Dong Qing clenched her fingers. Shame and anger made her lose her mind. She roared, If I lose, my Dong family will leave Zhou City immediately and never set foot in this city again. And? As soon as this statement came out, everyone's eyes trembled, full of disbelief. She actually gambled the future of the Dong family. Was she crazy? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, and his eyes suddenly flashed. He turned to look at Dong Qing and said, If you want to fight, I can agree, but you have to add the life of your father and your ancestor. Crazy. Everyone is crazy. Yan Nanshan and others looked at Qin Feiyang and Dong Qing, and their hearts were surging. One wanted to gamble the fate of the family. The other wanted to accept the challenge of a 5-star combat emperor. Were all the young people nowadays so crazy? Patriarch Dong and Old Monster Dong were also dumbfounded. From the beginning, they had been hoping that Qin Feiyang would agree. Because a 7-star combat king had no chance of winning against a 5-star combat emperor. At this moment, Qin Feiyang agreed. However, the bet was their lives. They also hesitated. If it were other young people, they would have nodded without hesitation. But Qin Feiyang had too many miracles. They didn't dare to gamble with their lives. Old Monster Dong looked at Qin Feiyang for a moment and said in a deep voice, Qing'er, stop fooling around. Let's go. Dong Qing hurriedly said. Ancestor, please believe me. Patriarch Dong shouted. Qing'er, this is a serious matter. Don't be reckless. Dong Qing said stubbornly. Father, I have confidence. She didn't believe that Qin Feiyang could defeat her. Qin Feiyang must be scaring her now. She couldn't be scared away like this. Wolf King waved his paw impatiently and said in disgust, If you want to scram, then scram. It's annoying to see you like this. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Just one word. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Old Monster Dong and Old Monster Dong were silent. There was a look of struggle in their eyes. If you don't dare, then don't be so arrogant. White-Eyed Wolf, let's go. Qin Feiyang said. We should have left long ago. What a waste of time. Wolf King pursed his lips. His battle aura surged and swept Qin Feiyang toward the Pill Fire Palace. Far away from the martial arts practice field, the Wolf King looked at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment and asked, You really plan to fight with her? Qin Feiyang nodded. You're crazy, Wolf King said angrily. I'm not crazy. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Actually, if you really want to fight, it's not like you have no chance of winning. Now that you're a 7-star war king, the Juki Yellow Dragon Pill is enough for you to break through to the 3-star war emperor. But your battle formula... Speaking of which... Wolf King hesitated. The battle formula is secondary. After breaking through to the war emperor, I can still copy it. The most important thing is still the gate of potential. If I take the Juki Yellow Dragon Pill, I won't be able to open the 4th level of the gate of potential now. The next time, I'll have to wait until the 9-star war emperor. However, it's worth it to use this price to exchange for the lives of Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong. Qin Feiyang said, a cold light shooting out from his eyes. That's true. Wolf King nodded. As long as Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong died, the Dong family would be crippled. Unfortunately, the two of them were too cowardly to accept the challenge. Qin Feiyang, we accept the challenge! But at this moment, Old Monster Dong's voice rang out like a bell, spreading in all directions. A man and a wolf stopped in the void, their eyes shining brightly. Little Qin Zi, have you really decided? You have to know that in half a year at most, you will be able to step into the 9-star Battle King and open the 4th level of the Gate of Potential. It won't be too late to eliminate them at that time, Wolf King said in a deep voice. They have already accepted the challenge. How can I give up? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Qin Feiyang's eyes shone brightly like stars. Boom! A monstrous battle intent soared into the sky. This is Qin Feiyang's battle intent. He is responding to Dong Qing. A 7-star Battle King versus a 5-star Battle Emperor. This is really unheard of in the world. I hope Qin Feiyang can create another miracle and show the might of the Holy Sanctum. The disciples below suddenly became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, their spirits soaring. Whoosh! Several figures broke through the air. They landed around Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. They were Yan Nanshan and the others. The Pill Palace Master looked at Qin Feiyang meaningfully, then looked at Dong Qing and said, "This is a battle between the two of you. You can decide the rules yourselves, regardless of life or death." Dong Qing was the first to speak. "No problem." Qin Feiyang nodded his head. Old Monster Dong said, "You are not allowed to use your 2 ribs." Qin Feiyang frowned and nodded his head. "Okay." Old Monster Dong secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Qing, since you insist on fighting, we will fulfill your wish. However, the fate of our Dong family is now in your hands. You cannot let us down. If you lose, our Dong family will be completely finished." Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong said in a deep voice. "Patriarch, father, don't worry." Dong Qing smiled confidently. Swoosh! At the same time, Qin Feiyang disappeared into thin air. However, in the next moment, he suddenly appeared again. Let's make things clear first. Before the outcome is decided, no one is allowed to interfere. Begin! The Pill Palace Master shouted coldly. In an instant, everyone retreated in a rush. Wolf King brought Qin Feiyang to the training ground below and said, "Be careful." After saying that, he also retreated far away. Dong Qing stood proudly in the sky and looked down at Qin Feiyang. She said in disdain, "You can't even fly in the air. How are you going to fight me? Fly in the air? Very soon." Qin Feiyang mumbled. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, his body shook violently. A huge aura burst out from his body. Following that, his aura began to soar crazily. In less than 3 breaths. Chapter 419. The moment he disappeared, Qin Feiyang entered the ancient castle and consumed the Juki Yellow Dragon elixir. Has he broken through? But it's useless. An 8-star battle monarch has no chance of winning. There was a cold glint in Dong Qing's eyes. Bang! She raised her arm. Battle aura surged from her fingertips and gathered in her palms. A wave of destructive energy surged out in all directions like a torrent. It was obvious. She was accumulating her power. She intended to win with one move. Qin Feiyang looked up and stared at Dong Qing coldly. Right now, what he needed the most was time. 10 breaths at most. 10 breaths might seem very short, but it felt very long during a battle. In particular, the disparity in strength was too great. If Dong Qing went all out, he would be in a very bad situation. Bang! The battle aura in Dong Qing's palms condensed into a fist-sized ball of light, emitting a dazzling light. The aura was even more terrifying than before. Bang! Qin Feiyang's cultivation level had broken through again. It was a 9-star battle monarch. What? Dong Qing's pupils constricted. How did he break through 2 small realms in a row? Lu Yun and the rest in the distance, as well as the thousands of disciples, were also shocked. What was going on? Previously, they did not pay much attention to Qin Feiyang breaking through to an 8-star battle monarch. They thought that Qin Feiyang was just about to break through. But now, he had broken through another small realm? And his aura was still surging. This was very unusual. Something is not right. There must be a problem somewhere, Lu Xingchen mumbled. But he could not figure out what the problem was. There was a flash in his eyes and he shouted, "Dong Qing, in case there are any changes, hurry up and take action. Are you courting death?" Wolf King looked up at Lu Xingchen with a ferocious gaze. Bang! Dong Qing took action. Lu Xingchen was right. There were too many possibilities in this person. She had to strike first to gain the upper hand. She flipped her hand. The ball of battle aura in her palm was like a dazzling meteor, shooting toward Qin Feiyang. That terrifying aura firmly locked onto Qin Feiyang. Just one more step! Gazing at that battle-chi ball, Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. He was just one step away from breaking through to the 1-star combat emperor. As long as he broke through to 1-star combat emperor, he would be able to fly. When it was time. Although he might not be Dong Qing's match, at least he wouldn't be beaten up all the time. Because he had a perfect support-type battle art, his speed was comparable to Dong Qing's. The disciples around the martial arts practice field had already retreated far away. The destructive power of Dong Qing's all-out attack should not be underestimated. Can Qin Feiyang fight back? Everyone looked at him expectantly, waiting for him to create a miracle. Hurry up! The battle-chi ball was getting closer and closer. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists tighter and tighter. He couldn't help but roar in his heart. He did not choose to dodge. Because the time was too short, there was no way to dodge. Boom! Finally. His aura was like an erupting volcano as it soared to the level of a 1-star combat emperor. Whoosh! Without any hesitation. He stomped on the ground with all his might and soared into the sky like a divine rainbow. In the next moment, the battle-chi ball was like a meteorite from outer space, smashing into the martial arts practice field. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the martial arts practice field was immediately reduced to ashes, leaving behind a 10-meter-deep crater. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Qin Feiyang, who was flying up into the sky. What? What's going on? He broke through again. 1-star combat emperor. He actually broke through 3 small realms consecutively. This must be a dream. Everyone's heart was in a perilous situation. Dong Qing was also dumbfounded. She couldn't believe it. Previously, he was still a 7-star combat king, but in less than 6 breaths, he had actually broken through to 1-star combat emperor. Qing, hurry up! Patriarch Dong shouted. A deep sense of uneasiness emerged in his heart. Dong Qing quivered and suddenly regained her senses. Her eyes suddenly shone with an extremely shocking light. Boom! She took a step forward and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Although it was unbelievable, a 1-star combat emperor was not a threat to her. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang used the phantom steps and retreated with lightning speed. His speed was already on par with Dong Qing's. I know you have a perfect auxiliary combat skill. But if you want to compete with me in terms of speed, you are far from enough. Dong Qing's speed suddenly increased sharply. In the blink of an eye, she had caught up with Qin Feiyang. She stretched out her arm, the palm of her hand surging with battle chi, and slapped towards Qin Feiyang's chest. This palm contained Dong Qing's full strength. If it hit, Qin Feiyang's heart would definitely be shattered. Go to hell. Patriarch Dong clenched his fists tightly. Old Monster Dong could not help but feel nervous. As long as this palm hit Qin Feiyang, he would definitely die on the spot. Yan Nanshan's face was filled with worry. Qin Feiyang also did not expect Dong Qing to have mastered an auxiliary combat skill. It was a critical moment. He raised his hand and struck out with the return formula, colliding with Dong Qing's palm with a loud bang. This was the battle instinct that had been honed for a long time in danger. Crack! Qin Feiyang was sent flying on the spot. His arm was shattered, and blood stained the sky. On the other hand, Dong Qing stood firmly in the void, not moving an inch. The gap between a 1-star combat emperor and a 5-star combat emperor was still too big. Seeing this, Yan Nanshan heaved a sigh of relief. Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong's hearts were in their throats. A wave of uneasiness that was difficult to dispel swept through their bodies and minds. You are just lucky this time. Dong Qing's eyes were gloomy, not giving Qin Feiyang the slightest chance to breathe. The first form of the sunflower water formula, billowing white wave. Her aura surged, and her battle chi surged, turning into a huge wave that covered the sky, and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Combat skill! Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. After taking a regeneration pill, his shattered arm began to rapidly heal. At the same time, his other arm burst out, his index finger pointed in the air, and he shouted, Ultimate Void! An invisible force spread out. But this time, it was not as easy as when he fought with Dong Fangyu and the others. Even in the face of that surging huge wave, the Ultimate Void could not withstand it. The sunflower water formula was the same as the Ultimate Void. The power of the first form was only equivalent to a low-grade combat skill. But one had to know that Dong Qing was a 5-star combat emperor. Using the first form was enough to fight against a 6-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang's fourth form, the Ultimate Void, although could raise his battle strength to a 5-star combat emperor, but after all, it was still a small realm away. The huge wave rolled, shaking the sky, crushing the obstruction of the Ultimate Void like a hot knife through butter, and drowning Qin Feiyang. Swish! Qin Feiyang did not fight it head-on. Using the phantom step, he left behind a series of phantoms in the sky. In the blink of an eye. Boom! At this time, his cultivation level had broken through again. 2-star combat emperor. Sure enough, he stopped in his tracks and pointed his finger at the huge wave that was surging towards him. The fourth form, the Ultimate Void, reappeared. The invisible force roared in the sky, and the huge wave was instantly annihilated. Immediately, Dong Qing's face turned pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Dong Qing is injured. Qin Feiyang has broken through 4 small realms in a row. The situation may be reversed. At this moment, whether it was the martial arts hall master or the disciples below, they were all dumbstruck. They all felt like they were dreaming. It was too unreal. Why is this happening? Did he take some divine elixir? Dong Qing's eyes were wide open in anger. The second form of the sunflower water formula, endless water sky. She roared angrily, her long hair fluttering in the void, like a female demon appearing in the world, overflowing with hostility. Boom! Battle chi poured out like a waterfall. Huge waves that blotted out the sky were surging in the void above. This place seemed to have turned into a vast ocean, and a terrifying aura swept in all directions. Qin Feiyang, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Dong Qing let out a hysterical roar. She pushed her hands forward, and a torrential wave swept across the sky. Don't speak too early. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Boom! His cultivation broke through again, a 3-star combat emperor. Everyone's body and mind trembled. He actually broke through 5 small realms in a row. This Qin Feiyang, could it be that he was going to defy the heavens? The real battle has only just begun. Let's see how long you can last. Guiyuan sword art, annihilation. Qin Feiyang's fighting spirit was high, and his battle intent soared across the sky. Clang! A fiery red sword shadow appeared in a flash, carrying a terrifying sharpness, and slashed towards the huge wave. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The sword shadow and the wave almost collapsed at the same time. Puff! The two of them were also sent flying, and they both spat out a mouthful of blood. 3-star combat emperor. Lu Xingchen looked at the scene, and his eyes were filled with coldness. In the past, after hearing all kinds of rumors about Qin Feiyang, he thought that Qin Feiyang could only threaten him in alchemy. But now he realized Qin Feiyang's talent in the path of martial arts was an even greater threat to him. This person must be eliminated as soon as possible. Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong's faces were also distorted. From 7-star combat king to 3-star combat emperor, the whole process only took 10 breaths. This Qin Feiyang, what did he do? If they had known earlier, they would rather lose face than let Dong Qing fight with Qin Feiyang. But now, it was too late to say anything. Old Monster Dong roared. Dong Qing, I'm telling you, you can't lose. Patriarch, I won't lose. Dong Qing said word by word, and her eyes were filled with determination. She couldn't afford to lose this battle. She raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang, and her eyes were filled with a sharp light. I have to admit, you're really amazing. If you're given more time, you'll surpass me very soon. But I'm sorry you don't have the time. The third style of the sunflower water art, Water Dragon breaking the sky. As his voice fell, a vast battle-chi rushed out from Dong Qing's body, turning into a water dragon that was hundreds of meters long, and roared towards the sky. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the water dragon, and his pupils shrank slightly. The power of the third style of the sunflower water art was comparable to a high-grade battle art. In other words, Dong Qing's current battle strength was comparable to an 8-star combat emperor. And Qin Feiyang, although he had mastered a perfect battle art, could only be compared to a 7-star combat emperor. However, it wasn't that he didn't have the power to fight. Clang! With a thought, the red sword chi surged out from his chi without reservation. In an instant, 20 flaming sword shadows condensed and floated above his head. Bursts of sharp light, almost tearing the sky apart. Roar! The water dragon rushed to the sky, and the dragon's might was vast and mighty. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, it turned in the air and swooped down towards Qin Feiyang. Clang! Qin Fei raised his hand and waved. 10 sword shadows turned into a stretch of gracefulness and rushed into the clouds. Chapter 420. Clang! The first sword shadow blasted out. But it couldn't stop the water dragon at all and was instantly shattered. Then, the second sword shadow. The third sword shadow. The fourth sword shadow whizzed out one after another. Boom! High in the sky, a series of loud noises kept exploding, shaking all directions. The confrontation between the sword shadow and the water dragon made the world pale. You must win! Patriarch Dong and Old Monster Dong clenched their hands tightly. They were roaring in their hearts. Brat, even if you lose today, no one will laugh at you. You are the pride of the Knights Templar. Yan Nanshan murmured. In just a few years, he grew from a little guy who was only a warrior master to today's level. It could be said that no one in the entire spiritual state could match his speed. Incredible! He can even fight against Dong Qing. Senior Brother Qin is indeed the #1 person in the Knights Templar. The disciples of the temple below looked up at the white figure in the sky, their eyes filled with fanaticism and worship. Clang! Boom! When the 10th sword shadow blasted out, the water dragon finally showed a trace of stagnation. The next few sword shadows managed to stop the water dragon in midair. Clang! It was accompanied by an ear-piercing metallic sound. The 15th sword shadow slashed the water dragon's head and immediately tore a gap. As soon as the gap appeared, the water dragon's momentum was unstoppable. When the 20th sword shadow slashed out, the water dragon immediately shattered and turned into pure battle chi, quickly dissipating between heaven and earth. Puff! At the same time, Dong Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face became paler. But she laughed. What are you laughing at? Qin Feiyang frowned. Although you blocked the third move of the sunflower water spell, there shouldn't be much battle chi left in your sea of chi. Dong Qing joked. Hearing this, Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong became excited. Without the support of battle chi, no matter how many perfect battle arts there were, it was useless. They would definitely win. Not only would they regain their face, but the elixir recipe of the potential elixir would also be in the Dong family's pocket. Qin Feiyang was stunned and nodded. You are right, the red sword energy is indeed exhausted. Dong Qing's eyes turned cold as she shouted. Then surrender! Surrender? Qin Feiyang smirked as a fiery battle chi broke out of his body. How is this possible? This is a completely different kind of battle chi. Could it be, you have activated 2 fighting souls? Dong Qing glared at him, her face full of surprise. You're not that dumb after all. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He pointed his index finger in the air and an invisible force surged towards Dong Qing like a torrent of wild beasts. Damn it! He actually has 2 fighting souls. Dong Qing was furious. Een! Accompanied by a loud and clear dragon roar, an enormous creature soared into the sky from behind her. It was a flood dragon. To be more precise, it was a water dragon. Qin Feiyang was quite shocked. Although the flood dragon was not a true dragon soul, it already possessed the might of a dragon and was enough to make all beasts submit. You're good. Among the younger generation, other than the Inner Palace disciples, you're the first one to force me to activate my fighting souls. But because of this, you'll have to pay a heavy price today. At this moment, Dong Qing's eyes became extremely sharp. Her hair danced in the wind and her purple dress fluttered. Her body was releasing a shocking chill. She was like an ice fairy descending to the mortal world. Innate superpower, water dragon's breath. Dong Qing shouted coldly. The flood dragon above opened its mouth and spat out a white mist. In the next moment, the white mist turned into a dense mass of arrows that almost filled half of the sky. Whoosh! The arrows were like raindrops, emitting a terrifying sharpness as they poured down towards Qin Feiyang. They covered an area of thousands of feet, and there was no way for him to avoid them. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the arrows with a trace of disdain in his eyes. A flood dragon was a flood dragon. Even if it was equipped with a few dragon claws, it could not become a real water dragon. Boom! His body shook. A monstrous flame rushed into the sky. A palm-sized fire lotus rose into the air. As soon as the fire lotus appeared, the chill between heaven and earth immediately melted. Waves of scorching heat surged out in all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. The fire lotus had 9 leaves. Every leaf looked as if it was carved from a piece of precious jade, without the slightest flaw. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a leaf fell, shooting towards the rain of arrows in the sky. Innate superpower, explode. Following Qin Feiyang's low roar, that leaf suddenly exploded, giving birth to a world-shaking destructive force that swept out in all directions. Immediately, it was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Those arrows were constantly shattered and turned into nothingness. At the same time, another fire lotus leaf fell, carrying rolling flames as it rushed towards the flood dragon. Explode. When the fire lotus leaf hit the flood dragon, Qin Feiyang roared and exploded again. The flames illuminated the sky. Destructive fluctuations flooded the sky. In an instant, the flood dragon collapsed and dissipated into nothingness. Puff! Dong Qing's delicate body trembled, and blood spurted out of her mouth. Although your cultivation is stronger than mine, you have no chance of winning. Qin Feiyang's eyes were like torches as he pointed at Dong Qing. Ultimate Void! An invisible force surged out. Dong Qing screamed, her body was instantly covered in wounds, and blood stained the void. Today, your Dong family is destined to be destroyed. Qin Feiyang's momentum became more and more astonishing. Phantom step, he landed in front of Dong Qing in a few steps. Seeing this, Dong Qing's face changed, and she hurriedly retreated. But it was too late. Qin Feiyang's arm burst out, and he punched her lower abdomen with all his strength. This punch was not fatal. It also did not shatter Dong Qing's chi. After all, his and Dong Qing's cultivation were two small realms apart. But this punch was enough to further aggravate Dong Qing's injuries. I actually lost to him. Dong Qing was blown away by a punch, and her pale face was full of unwillingness. No, I can't lose! Her eyes flashed with madness. She waved her hand, and a dark iron bow appeared out of thin air. Next to the iron bow, there were 3 arrows. She grabbed the iron bow, pulled the bow, and loaded the arrows in one breath. The 3 arrows pierced through the sky, shooting toward Qin Feiyang like lightning. Qin Feiyang didn't expect this unforeseen event at all. But, driven by his fighting instinct, his body reacted automatically. In a flash, he dodged 2 arrows. But the other arrow, with a puff, sank into his chest. Qin Feiyang's whole body was cold. He hurriedly looked inside his heart. He was shocked to find that the arrow had passed through the side of his heart, and it was almost only a paper away from his heart. If it had been just a little bit more, he would have been reported to hell by now. There was no suspense. He was completely furious. He carefully pulled out the arrow, ignoring the bleeding wound, and looked up at Dong Qing, with a beast-like light in his eyes. What do you mean? Didn't we agree that no weapons would be used? Wolf King was also angry. Yan Nanshan was also furious. One man and one wolf looked at Patriarch Dong and Old Monster Dong, with a fierce light in their eyes. Patriarch Dong and Yan Nanshan were also quite embarrassed. Think about it carefully. Before, they only said that Qin Feiyang was not allowed to use the 2 ribs, but they did not say that he could not use weapons. Lu Xingchen said. Yes. That's what we said. Old Monster Dong and Yan Nanshan nodded and looked at Lu Xingchen gratefully. You're simply twisting words. One man and one wolf were furious. Yan Nanshan took a step forward, looked at Old Monster Dong coldly, and said, No matter what you say, it's nonsense. Let's fight. Wolf King also looked at Patriarch Dong and sneered. Old man, if you have the guts, fight with me. Their faces darkened. Qin Feiyang suddenly said, White-eyed wolf, Uncle Yan, calm down. One man and one wolf looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang smiled at them, looked at Old Monster Dong and Yan Nanshan, and said, You mean I can also use weapons? Yes. As long as you don't use those bones. The 2 nodded without hesitation. Good. Qin Feiyang smiled. However, that smile made Patriarch Dong and Yan Nanshan feel a chill in their hearts. Swish! Qin Feiyang stepped on the void and walked toward Dong Qing step by step. You won't be so lucky this time. Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not take out any weapons, Dong Qing's eyes surged with killing intent. She waved her hand, and 6 arrows appeared. Whoosh! In an instant, she released 6 arrows and blocked the void in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye and just stared at Dong Qing. He had never wanted to kill a woman as much as he did now. All along, he had never attacked a woman easily. Because in his opinion, bullying a woman was a sign of incompetence. But some women were very insensible. Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not dodge, Dong Qing thought that he had lost his mind, and could not help but sneer. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. The 6 arrows were about to hit Qin Feiyang. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang raised his hand and waved it gently. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. Accompanied by a loud clanging sound, the 6 arrows were broken in the middle. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Dong Qing, Old Monster Dong, and Patriarch Dong all changed their expressions. They knew the arrows better than anyone else. They were made of the best tungsten iron. Even a 5-star combat emperor could not break them. But Qin Feiyang just waved his hand and the 6 arrows broke. What was going on? Did they see a ghost? Suddenly, they noticed that a dagger had appeared in Qin Feiyang's hand at some point in time. Was it caused by the dagger? But the dagger was as smooth as jade. It was more of an ornament than a sharp weapon. How could this thing be so sharp? You are really stupid. Qin Feiyang smiled brightly. Although the bones were strong, They could not be compared with Chang Shui. Thinking back, Chang Shui cut the 6 ribs as easily as cutting tofu. Originally, Qin Feiyang did not want to use Chang Shui, because this was his trump card. But the people of the Dong family were too insensible and forced him to use his real strength. "I don't believe that your dagger can really cut my arrows," Dong Qing bellowed, sounding somewhat hysterical. Whoosh! Chapter 421. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully. He waved the Chang Shui in his hand. Sparks flew in all directions and the 6 arrows were broken. "Really?" Dong Qing's eyes widened. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of her. He waved his hand. "Ah!" Dong Qing screamed in pain. Her left arm fell from her shoulder and blood spurted out like a fountain. Qin Feiyang waved his hand again. Dong Qing's right arm was also cut off. Her blood dyed the sky red. "Do you know? It's really easy to kill you," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Dong Qing endured the pain and retreated a few dozen meters. She looked extremely miserable. She stared at Qin Feiyang gloomily. Her facial features were almost distorted, making her look extremely ferocious. "What a delightful dagger! Qin Feiyang, I'm beginning to admire you. I thought I could kill you without using my full strength. But now I realize that I've really underestimated you. But this battle ends here," Dong Qing shouted. Her aura began to soar crazily. In the blink of an eye, her cultivation had broken through to the 6-star combat emperor. She actually broke through at this time? Now Qin Feiyang is only 3 levels away from her. I think the situation will be reversed. Who will be the final winner of this battle? Lu Yun and the others murmured in their hearts. Dong Qing looked at Qin Feiyang as if she was looking at an ant. She sneered and said, "Are you surprised? Dong Qing, I'll give you a supreme grade regeneration pill." Lu Xingchen waved his hand and a pill with pill markings flew towards Dong Qing. She opened her mouth and swallowed the pill. Her hands that were cut off immediately recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qing'er has broken through to the 6-star combat emperor. We'll definitely win this time. Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong looked at each other. The worry on their faces disappeared and was replaced by bright smiles. Qin Feiyang glanced at Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen gave him a smug smile. "Clown, I'll deal with you sooner or later," Qin Feiyang muttered as he strode towards Dong Qing. "It's over!" Dong Qing burst into laughter. Her dazzling battle chi roared at Qin Feiyang like a torrent of fierce beasts. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He clapped his hand in the air, and a golden light appeared in his palm. The battle chi immediately turned back and engulfed Dong Qing. "Ah!" Shrill screams immediately resounded through the sky. "How is this possible?" The eyes of Patriarch Dong and Patriarch Dong quivered. "Nothing is impossible," Qin Feiyang muttered. He took a step forward and stabbed the Chang Shui into Dong Qing's lower abdomen. Blood gushed out. The void here was dyed red. "Qing'er! Little beast, I'm going to kill you!" The Dong family's patriarch and the Dong family's patriarch immediately gritted their teeth and rushed towards Qin Feiyang recklessly. Their murderous aura was bone-piercing. "You're courting death!" Yan Nanshan and Wolf King's eyes turned cold. Wolf King instantly transformed into a muscular wolf. He took out 2 ribs and rushed towards Patriarch Dong. Yan Nanshan also took out the bone and rushed towards Old Monster Dong. Bang! The man and the wolf arrived almost at the same time. They swung the bone and smashed it on the heads of the 2 men. Old Monster Dong and Old Monster Dong's heads were bleeding, and they saw stars. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Cripple them!" Yan Nanshan and Wolf King looked at each other with a trace of ruthlessness on their faces. They swung the bone again and smashed it on the lower abdomens of the 2 men. Crack! Their chi shattered on the spot. Their lower abdomens caved in. Puff! Ah! The 2 men spat out blood and howled miserably as they fell to the ground. At the same time, Dong Qing also fell down powerlessly. Her eyes were full of unwillingness. All of this happened too quickly. Whether it was Lu Yun and the others in the sky or the disciples of the sacred palace below, none of them could react. Bang! Bang! Dong Qin fell into the martial arts practice field and smashed a deep pit, but she did not die. She forgot the pain and everything. She stared blankly at the clear sky. 2 drops of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong also smashed into a small forest not far from the martial arts practice field. They clutched their bleeding lower abdomens and howled miserably. Go and take a look, someone shouted. Some people rushed towards the small forest. Some people ran towards the martial arts practice field. When they found the 3 of them and saw the miserable state they were in, their hearts were immediately filled with shock and horror. They were crippled. They were really crippled. The 3 men were crippled. The Dong family was completely finished. It was too shocking. When this news spread, it would definitely set off a huge storm in the city. High up in the sky, the Pill Hall Master, Martial Hall Master, Lu Yun, Lu Xingchen, and Shi Ming were all looking at Qin Feiyang, Yan Nanshan, and Wolf King. To be exact, they were looking at the bone and Chang Shui in the hands of the 3 men and the wolf. Their pupils could not help but shrink. They were not blind. It was obviously because of the dagger and the bone that the 3 men and the wolf were able to cripple the 3 men so quickly. But what grade of weapon was that dagger? And that bone, whose did it belong to? How could it be so terrifying? Also, why did Yan Nanshan have an identical bone in his hands? What was his relationship with Qin Feiyang? Phew! Qin Feiyang, Yan Nanshan, and Wolf King looked at each other and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally dealt with the Dong family. Yan Nanshan kept the bone and turned to look at the 2 hall masters. He cupped his hands and said, I acted on my own without your permission and crippled the Dong family's patriarch. Please punish me. Everyone came back to their senses. The martial arts hall master immediately said, With that bone, even we are not your match. Do we dare to punish you? There was a hint of mockery in his words. Yan Nanshan frowned subtly. The Pill Hall Master glanced at the martial arts hall master and smiled at Yan Nanshan. Although his words were unpleasant, it was the truth. Yan Nanshan, you really hid your strength well. You're flattering me. My strength is far from the 2 hall masters. Yan Nanshan quickly shook his head. Don't be humble. The Pill Hall Master smiled and looked at the martial arts hall master again. He asked, Do you have anything to say about crippling the 3 men? They insisted on challenging us. What can I say? The martial arts hall master snorted and looked at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. He said, I'll give you a piece of advice. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Take care of yourselves. After he finished speaking, the martial arts hall master turned and left. Wolf King transmitted a message. Little Qin Zi, did we offend him? Qin Feiyang thought for a while and frowned. I don't think so. Wolf King was puzzled. Then why is he always targeting us? Does he not like us? Who knows? Qin Feiyang shook his head. The martial arts hall master's actions were indeed strange. Qin Feiyang. The Pill Hall Master called out. I'm here. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said. The Pill Hall Master said. Go and prepare. Follow me to the inner hall immediately. So fast? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Pill Hall Master smiled and said. Why? You don't want to go? Of course I do. It's just that it's too sudden. I can't react in time. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. The Pill Hall Master couldn't help but laugh and said. All right then. When you want to go, go and find Elder Lu. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Pill Hall Master looked at Lu Xingchen and said indifferently. Do you know your mistake? Lu Xingchen frowned and said. May I ask, Hall Master, what did I do wrong? The Pill Hall Master looked at him deeply, shook his head and sighed. You've really disappointed me. Lu Xingchen's heart shivered. Go back to the inner hall immediately. Go to the Chong region mountain and reflect on your mistakes. As long as you don't realize your mistake, you're not allowed to leave. Go! The pill hall master waved his hand and said, Yes. Lu Xingchen responded respectfully. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. A cold light flashed across his eyes. Then, he opened a teleportation door and walked in. Lu Yun, Yan Nanshan, you two continue to host the temple's great gathering. Shiming, send Old Monster Dong and the others back to the Dong family immediately. The pill hall master said. Yes. The three of them bowed and responded. Wait. Wolf King suddenly spoke and said unhappily. From what you're saying, you're not planning to chase the Dong family out of the continent's capital? The Dong family is already like this. They're no threat to you. Where it is possible to make mistakes, one should forgive them. After the pill hall master finished speaking, he turned around and stepped on the void, heading deep into the sacred palace. Wolf King flashed and turned into the size of a palm. He landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder and said angrily, Little Qin Zi, look at him. Qin Feiyang glanced at Shiming and said softly, If there's anything, we'll talk later. Lu Yun looked at Shiming and sneered. You didn't expect this, right? Not only did you not get any benefits, you even embarrassed your ancestors. Why are you so arrogant? Shiming was instantly enraged. Am I being arrogant? I'm just speaking the truth. Lu Yun sneered. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Look for me tonight. I have something to ask you. After saying that, he rushed down with Yan Nanshan and rebuilt the martial arts arena. Elder Shi, I'll take my leave. Qin Feiyang glanced at Shiming playfully. He cupped his hands and left for the pill fire hall. Qin Feiyang, you better not let me have anything on you. Otherwise, you can just wait for your death. Shiming said coldly. I'll be waiting. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at him. His eyes were filled with provocation. Humph! Shiming snorted and flew down. He opened a teleportation door and left with Old Monster Dong and the others. Why do I feel that he's acting a little strange? Qin Feiyang mumbled. What's strange about him? Wolf King didn't understand. I remember when we first came to the Sacred Hall, he came to persuade us to join the Martial Arts Hall. He wasn't very friendly to us, but he didn't reject us either. And during that big reshuffle, he didn't hesitate to expel all the Lu clan disciples from the Martial Arts Hall from the Sacred Hall. This is enough to show that he's not someone who fawns over those in power. But the Shiming we saw when we came back has become a completely different person. Not only is he against us, but he's also helping the Lu clan. Don't you find it strange? Qin Feiyang frowned. What's so strange about that? The Lu clan must have given him some benefits. Wolf King said disdainfully. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and shook his head. That's not right. Not right? Wolf King was stunned. Think about it. Shiming is the law enforcement elder of the Sacred Hall. He has a high position and a bright future. Why wouldn't he collude with the Lu clan for benefits? What's more, whether it's battle arts, supreme-grade elixirs, or herbs, the Sacred Hall has them all. What could the Lu clan use to tempt him? I think there's something fishy about this. Follow him and find out for me as soon as possible. Qin Feiyang whispered. Aren't you thinking too much? Wolf King looked at him helplessly. Whether I'm thinking too much or not, we have to find out. After all, Shiming is now our enemy. Qin Feiyang said. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. All right. Chapter 422. After watching Wolf King leave, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and swooped down. He landed beside Yan Nanshan and said, Uncle Yan, there's something I need your help with. What is it? Yan Nanshan was puzzled. The disciples around all looked at Qin Feiyang. Some were afraid and some admired him. Qin Feiyang glanced at them and said in a low voice, I have a few types of elixir fire. Help me erase the blood contracts. How many? Yan Nanshan was stunned and whispered, Where is the elixir fire? The castle. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led Yan Nanshan into the castle. Fatso was still sorting out the herbs. Lu Hong and the pangolin were cultivating in seclusion. Seeing Yan Nanshan come in, Fatso and Lu Hong immediately stood up and bowed. So many herbs? Looking at the herbs on the ground, Yan Nanshan was stunned. The air was also filled with a strong medicinal fragrance. This is only a small part. Fatso laughed. A small part? Yan Nanshan was stunned and shook his head helplessly. He turned to look at the nether devil flame. Immediately, his eyes widened. There were 6 elixir fires beside the nether devil flame. Yan Nanshan turned to look at Qin Feiyang and swallowed his saliva. He said with difficulty, "Didn't you say there were only 3 types? Why are there so many?" Qin Feiyang waved his hand and 2 elixir fires floated over. He smiled and said, "These 2 types are only first-grade elixir fires. The blood contracts have been erased." Back then, the leaders of the 3 tribes near White Fox City gave him their elixir fires. But only 1 second-grade elixir fire had been swallowed by the nether devil flame. He did not return the remaining 2 first-grade elixir fires to the 3 of them. After all, even a first-grade elixir fire was very valuable. First grade? Yan Nanshan was stunned. He looked at the other 4 elixir fires and asked, "What grade are they?" "One is a second-grade elixir fire, and the other 3 are third grade," Qin Feiyang said. The second-grade pill fire came from the Sioux tribe. The 3 third-grade pill fires naturally came from the 3 super tribes. A second-grade pill fire, third-grade alchemy fire. Yan Nanshan was dumbfounded. Any kind of alchemy fire could be said to be hard to come by in 100 years. However, it had only been 7 months, and this kid had already obtained so much alchemy fire? All of a sudden, he shuddered and turned to look sternly at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Tell me honestly, where did you steal these pill fires?" Qin Feiyang said, "In an ancient site." "Ancient ruins?" Yan Nanshan was stunned. "There are alchemy fires everywhere in the ancient ruins. There's even a 6th-grade alchemy fire. It's a pity that we're not strong enough to snatch it." Fatso shook his head and sighed. 6th rank? Yan Nanshan's heart was in turmoil. In the spiritual state, even the 5th-grade alchemy fire was a legend, let alone a 6th-grade alchemy fire. It even had a 6th-rank alchemy fire. What kind of ancient site was that? "Uncle Yan, I'll tell you the details later. Help me erase the blood contract." Qin Feiyang couldn't wait. "Okay." Yan Nanshan nodded and collected his thoughts. Battle Qi gushed out and rushed towards the 4 alchemy fires. At the same time, in the Forgotten Land, the high priests of the 3 super tribes and the Sioux tribe spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. "The blood contract of the alchemy fire has been erased. Qin Feiyang, I'll kill you sooner or later." 4 angry roars suddenly resounded through the sky. In the ancient castle, Yan Nanshan retracted his battle chi and smiled. "It's all been erased." As soon as the blood contract disappeared, waves of heat rushed out in all directions. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and his battle chi gushed out. In an instant, a battle chi barrier appeared and protected the pangolin, Lu Hong, and Fatso. At the same time, the nether devil flame also automatically recovered and rushed towards the 2nd-grade alchemy fire. Yan Nanshan was surprised. What kind of situation was this? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Uncle Yan, the nether devil flame can devour the alchemy fire and upgrade its grade." "How is that possible?" Yan Nanshan exclaimed in disbelief. Soon, the 2nd-grade alchemy fire was completely devoured by the nether devil flame. The aura of the nether devil flame also improved. It had successfully upgraded to a 3rd-grade alchemy fire. "It can really be upgraded?" Yan Nanshan was shocked. After fighting with Swin for so many years, he knew a thing or two about the nether devil flame. He had never heard of such an ability. Immediately after, the nether devil flame began to devour the 3 third-grade alchemy fires. A moment later, the 3 third-grade alchemy fires disappeared without a trace, and the aura of the nether devil flame increased by another grade. At the same time, 8 words appeared in Qin Feiyang's mind. 4th grade alchemy fire, nether devil flame. Fatso asked anxiously. Boss, how is it? It's a success. Qin Feiyang nodded. Haha, with your talent in alchemy, the 4th grade alchemy fire can definitely refine pills with 3 alchemy patterns. Although it's not as good as the flame of sky thunder, it's definitely unique in the spiritual state. Fatso laughed. What's the flame of sky thunder? Yan Nanshan was puzzled. Fatso smiled and said, It's the 6th grade alchemy fire that we talked about just now. Boss can refine pills with 5 alchemy patterns with the flame of sky thunder. 5 alchemy patterns! Yan Nanshan's eyes widened in anger. In that case, Qin Feiyang's cultivation could increase by 5 small realms because of the 9 Chu yellow dragon pill with 5 alchemy patterns? This stinking brat really shocked people to death without paying for it. Qin Feiyang smiled and pointed to the 2 alchemy furnaces on the altar. Uncle Yan, help me erase their blood contracts too. These were the alchemy furnaces of the Black Tortoise tribe and the Purple Sun tribe. Yan Nanshan looked over and found that they were actually 2 3rd-grade alchemy furnaces. Amazing! He exclaimed, and his battle aura surged, instantly erasing the blood contracts. Qin Feiyang also cut his finger and dripped blood to claim ownership. A string of information flowed into his mind. 3rd-grade alchemy furnace, 9 Yang cauldron. 3rd-grade alchemy furnace, Qingyuan cauldron. He immediately opened the furnace to refine pills. In just a few hundred breaths, he familiarized himself with the heat and refined a healing pill. There were indeed 3 alchemy patterns. Let me take a look. Yan Nanshan's eyes were burning. Qin Feiyang handed it over. Yan Nanshan grabbed it in his hands and looked at it over and over. Amazing! This was the first time he had seen a supreme-grade pill with 3 alchemy patterns in his life. Qin Feiyang took out 3 more potential pills and 2 more potential pills, all with 5 alchemy patterns, and handed them to Yan Nanshan. Next, he asked, Uncle Yan, do the people in the city still not know that I can refine pills with 2 alchemy patterns? Indeed, they don't know. However, everyone is guessing that the red fire-colored glass pills with 2 alchemy patterns that were auctioned by Precious Treasure Pavilion previously were all refined by you. Yan Nanshan kept the pills and smiled. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while before leaving the castle with Yan Nanshan. Yan Nanshan continued to rebuild the martial arts practice field. Qin Feiyang opened a teleportation door and directly returned to the 2nd alchemy room. Lu Ziyuan was dead, and the blood contract with the pill furnace was automatically removed. He did not stand on ceremony and directly dripped blood to claim ownership, taking it for himself. Next, he did not care about what was going on outside and began to refine pills. At the same time, breaking news! Breaking news! Qin Feiyang, who has been missing for 7 months, has made a strong return. Not only did he ban the 4 great families, but he also suppressed the geniuses of the Sacred Hall in one fell swoop. Even the ancestor of the Dong family, the head of the Dong family, the genius of the inner palace, Dong Qing, was crippled by him. But Le Dong Dongqing and Lu Ziyuan were all killed by him in public. And Lu Xingqian also suffered a great loss at his hands. He even admitted that he was the one who refined the potential pill. The most important thing is that the Dong family wanted to get rid of him outside the city, so he killed Dong Xing. These 7 months, we have all wronged him. This news spread like wildfire in the state capital. Anyone who heard this news was so shocked that they were speechless. If one did not make a sound, one would amaze the world. This person's rise was already unstoppable. Compared to the liveliness outside, the Dong family seemed particularly heavy at this moment. Despair, grief, and anger filled every corner. The reason why the Dong family could have its current status was because the ancestor of the Dong family was a super overlord at the War Master level. Old Monster Dong was the pillar of support in the hearts of everyone in the Dong family. But now, Old Monster Dong's cultivation had been crippled, and the pillar had collapsed. This also meant that the Dong family's glory had come to an end. More importantly, the treasure pavilion had even banned the Dong family. This was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. At this moment, from the elders to the servants of the Dong family, everyone was in a state of panic. The Lu family was also filled with grief and indignation. Whether it was alchemy or martial arts, Lu Ziyuan's talent was quite outstanding. It could be said that his future achievements were limitless. His death was also a great loss to the Lu family that could not be ignored. As for the Jing family and the Wang family, when they heard the news, a deep sense of fear emerged in their hearts. In the past, when Qin Feiyang was still weak, he had forced the two families into a desperate situation with his methods alone. Not to mention now, the strength of this man and wolf was not weaker than the two families at all. Coupled with the support of the treasure pavilion, did they still have a way out? If they had known this would happen, they would not have colluded with the Lu family in the past few months. Late at night, the waning moon hung in the sky, and the cold stars flickered. Qin Feiyang finally walked out of the alchemy room. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw 6 figures standing outside. Hishan, Jia Gao, and the other 4 young men and women with 9th-level mental power. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in confusion, "Why are you standing here?" Jia Gao licked his face and said with a flattering smile, "We are here to apologize to you, senior brother Qin." "Apologize for what?" Qin Feiyang pretended to be confused. The 6 of them were shocked. Qin Feiyang was a smart person. How could he not know? It was obvious that this person was deliberately making things difficult for them. Hishan begged, "Senior brother Qin, please be magnanimous and not bicker with us, okay? Am I not a little bastard in your eyes?" Qin Feiyang said playfully. No. We were the ones who spoke without thinking. Senior brother Qin, we really know that we were wrong. Please forgive us." Hishan and Jia Gao's expressions changed. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged. The other 4 also had a fawning look on their faces. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 6 of them and said calmly, "I can forgive you, but there is something that I need you to help me with. Please tell us, senior brother Qin. We will definitely do it." The 6 of them were overjoyed. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't be happy too early. You may not be able to do it. We promise we will." The 6 of them said solemnly. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly and said, "Very well. From now on, you will disappear forever. Don't appear in front of me again." "What?" The 6 of them froze. Wasn't this the same as asking them to leave the sacred hall? "This is already my biggest concession. Do as you see fit." After Qin Feiyang said that, he jumped down, landed at the bottom of the courtyard, and strode away. He's gone too far. Does he really think he's a big shot? Let's go and tell Elder Lu about him. Chapter 423. Resource Hall. In the lounge, white mist rose and the fragrance of tea assailed their nostrils. Qin Feiyang and Yan Nanshan sat opposite each other, sipping tea while recounting their experiences over the past 7 months. After learning about the details of the Forgotten Land, Yan Nanshan was extremely surprised. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. There was always someone better in this world. Unknowingly, it was already late at night. Qin Feiyang finally finished. He took a sip of tea to moisten his throat and asked, "How's Zhang Jin's situation?" Yan Nanshan sighed. "He left." "Left?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "I didn't see him when I came back, so I went to ask around. A few disciples told me that he carried Zhang Ren's corpse and left the sacred hall. I don't think he will return." Yan Nanshan sighed. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while before sneering. "If it were me, I would leave too. This is the way of survival. Let's not talk about this anymore. Go find Lu Yun. Remember, only say what you should say. Don't say what you shouldn't say," Yan Nanshan reminded. "I understand." Qin Feiyang nodded, got up and walked out of the resource hall. Soon, he arrived at Lu Yun's residence. But before he got close, he saw 6 figures standing outside the gate of the courtyard. Qin Feiyang stood beside a small tree by the roadside and looked over. Under the hazy moonlight, he could tell that they were Jia Gao's group from their size and height. What are they doing here? Qin Feiyang frowned, but in the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Without a doubt. The 6 of them were definitely here to complain. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he was about to walk over. At this moment, a conversation sounded. It's already so late. Why isn't Elder Lu back yet? Did something happen to her? Why isn't she coming back today? Whether she comes back or not, we have to keep waiting. Qin Feiyang, that bastard. If he doesn't let us have an easy time, I won't let him have an easy time either. Even if Elder Lu doesn't punish him, I have a way to make him suffer worse than death. That's right. Now, both the Dong family and the Lu family are absolutely irreconcilable with him. As long as we fan the flames, he could lose his life at any time. The 6 of them sneered. You guys are really stubborn. But at this moment, a cold voice entered their ears. Qin Feiyang. The 6 of them turned pale with fright. This voice was too familiar. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of the 6 people. Why are you here? Are you following us? Jia Gao and the other man shouted angrily. Following you? Qin Feiyang shook his head and sneered. Don't take yourself too seriously. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, this is the Sacred Hall. If you dare to attack us, Elder Lu will not let you off even if you have outstanding talent. The 6 of them looked at him warily, their eyes filled with fear. Isn't that simple? Qin Feiyang smirked as the Battle Emperor's aura surged forward, imprisoning the 6 of them. Following that, he waved his hand and brought the 6 of them into the castle. What was this place? Could this be Qin Feiyang's mysterious hiding treasure? The 6 of them looked at everything in front of them in shock. I wanted to kill you guys on the first day I entered the Sacred Hall. But due to the rules of the Sacred Hall, I have been holding back. If you guys had been obedient and got out of the Sacred Hall, you could have kept your lives. Unfortunately, you guys are too insensible. Qin Feiyang flicked his finger and 6 battle chi flew through the air. The 6 of them had a sudden change in expression as they hurriedly dodged. But the pressure that enveloped them firmly imprisoned them. They could only watch as the battle chi approached them bit by bit. Don't kill us. We'll get out of here right now. The 6 of them begged. But it was useless. The 6 battle chi entered their lower abdomens. Blood spurted out. Their screams were incomparably mournful. Fatso, send them to see the King of Hell. Qin Feiyang said coldly before leaving the castle and appearing in front of the courtyard's entrance. He looked into the courtyard with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Lu Yun had asked him to look for her at night, but why wasn't she around? And Wolf King, why wasn't he back yet? It was already so late. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feiyang took out an image crystal and sent a message to Wolf King. But after waiting for a long time, there was no response. What's going on? He couldn't help but frown. About an hour later, Lu Yun finally returned. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, Greetings, Elder. Elder, why are you back so late? Lu Yun smiled and said, I was discussing something with the Grand Hall Master and the 2 Hall Masters. Qin Feiyang's heart stirred as he asked, Is Elder Sure here too? Lu Yun shook his head and said, He's not here. We deliberately didn't call him. Do you want to know what we were discussing? What is it? Qin Feiyang was curious. Let's talk inside. Lu Yun led Qin Feiyang into the courtyard and into the pavilion's living room. They sat opposite each other at the coffee table. Lu Yun smiled and said, We were discussing the removal of Shiming as the law enforcement elder. Oh? Qin Feiyang was alarmed as he hurriedly asked, What was the outcome? The Grand Hall Master has already agreed. Lu Yun nodded and said mysteriously, Do you know who the next law enforcement elder of the Martial Hall is? Who is it? Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Yun smiled and said, Your uncle Yan Nanshan. Really? Qin Feiyang was alarmed. Of course it's true. Once the temple's great tournament ends, the Grand Hall Master will personally appoint him. How is it? Are you satisfied with the surprise I gave you? Lu Yun chuckled. Surprise? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. On careful thought, when Lu Yun asked him to apologize to Shi Ming and the Dong family head, he did say that he would give him a surprise. However, he never expected that the surprise Lu Yun mentioned would be this. This news was indeed a pleasant surprise for him. One had to know. Although there was only a single word difference between a deacon elder and a law enforcement elder, their statuses were worlds apart. As long as Yan Nanshan became the law enforcement elder of the Holy Sanctum, he would be considered a powerful figure in the spiritual state. Lu Yun said, Now tell me, where have you been for the past 7 months? Qin Feiyang said, I was training deep in the mountains outside the city. Training? Lu Yun frowned and said unhappily, You encountered a perfect battle art during your training? Kid, you're very dishonest. I was really training. However, during my training, I chanced upon a secret chamber at the bottom of a lake. The perfect battle art was found in the secret chamber. There was also a skeleton inside. Qin Feiyang said, Secret chamber? Skeleton? Lu Yun was alarmed and asked, Where's the lake? I can't find it now. Perhaps I triggered some mechanism in the secret chamber, causing the secret chamber and lake to collapse. Qin Feiyang shook his head. A look of disappointment appeared in Lu Yun's eyes as she frowned. Then why didn't you reply when we sent you a message? I was creating the illusion of death. On the one hand, I could hide in peace and improve my strength. On the other hand, I wanted the Dong family to lower their guard. Only then would I be able to obtain evidence more smoothly. Qin Feiyang laughed. You bastard, I really don't know what to say about you. Lu Yun rolled her eyes at him. Although the truth is out now, the Dong and Lu families will definitely not let this matter rest. There's also Shi Ming. Ruffian Wolf has taken his battle soul. He will probably target you in the future. You have to be careful. Lu Yun exhorted. There's no need, right? I'm about to enter the inner sanctum. They can't possibly cause trouble there, right? Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Lu Yun scoffed. Kid, you are still too naive. Let me tell you, the situation in the inner sanctum is more complicated than outside. Qin Feiyang frowned and nodded. I understand. I will definitely be careful. After chatting for a while, Qin Feiyang bade farewell and left. Originally, he wanted to give Lu Yun potential pills, and 9 Toon's yellow dragon pills. However, on second thought, although Lu Yun's character wasn't bad and he had helped him many times, it wasn't to the point where he could be trusted. What if Lu Yun became greedy when he saw these pills? Although it was only his guess, he had to be wary of others. Therefore, he planned on observing and interacting with Lu Yun for a while before deciding whether to give him the pills. After returning to the Pill Fire Hall, he exchanged pleasantries with Elder D before returning to the alchemy chamber. About an hour later, Wolf King finally returned. Qin Feiyang asked, How was it? Did you find out? No. Wolf King shook his head. Qin Feiyang frowned. You can't blame me for this. After sending Old Monster Dong and the other 2 back, Old Dog sure went to the Lu family again. I wanted to go in and see what he was talking about with the Lu family. But who would have thought that the person he was looking for was Old Monster Lu? I was afraid of being discovered, so I didn't go in. When Old Dog sure returned to the Sacred Hall, I had been secretly monitoring him, but I didn't find anything. Wolf King said helplessly. No. It's not that we didn't find anything. At least now we know that Shi Ming is related to the Lu family's patriarch, Qin Feiyang said. Wolf King was stunned and puzzled. What does this mean? This means that Shi Ming's change is related to Old Monster Lu. It's even possible that Old Monster Lu is behind it. If this guess is true, then we have a chance to eliminate the Lu family as well. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Wolf King perked up. Then what should we do next? Continue the investigation, of course. But you're not good at gathering information. Let's go and see if Fatso has sorted it out. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led Wolf King into the castle. Fatso had to be the one to gather information. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to speak, Fatso threw a Qianquan bag to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Qianquan bag. 42 sets of herbs for the potential elixir. 35 sets of herbs for the potential elixir. 30 sets of herbs for the Juki Yellow Dragon elixir. There will be more herbs for the Red Fire Glaze elixir. 85 sets. Fat Lord can't be bothered to sort out the rest. I'll tell you when you need it, Fatso said. Qin Feiyang nodded. But hearing this result, Wolf King was a little stunned. Qin Feiyang was right. The treasures of the 4 tribes combined were not comparable to a trading pavilion in White Fox City. Chapter 424. Putting away the Qianquan bag, Qin Feiyang let Fatso and Wolf King go together to gather information. Letting Wolf King go with them was out of consideration for Fatso's safety. In case he was carelessly discovered, he wouldn't have the slightest ability to protect himself against Sherming and the Liu family. Fatso also made a solemn vow, guaranteeing the completion of the mission. After sending off the man and wolf, Qin Feiyang entered the pill refining room, continuing to refine pills. After daybreak, the temple's great gathering started once again. Early in the morning, there was a sea of people all around the arena. But by the time the competition started, everyone felt dull, without the usual excitement. That was not to say that today's battle was not intense. On the contrary, it was very interesting. It was just that yesterday's confrontation was too intense, and everyone had yet to recover from it. So today's battle seemed very ordinary in their eyes. Qin Feiyang also took a Qianquan bag, opening a portal, and headed for the treasure pavilion. But when he appeared in the lounge, he did not look at Yin Yuanming. After waiting for a while, seeing that Yin Yuanming still had not appeared, Qin Feiyang walked out of the lounge. The 2 guards guarding the stairs sensed someone coming out of the manager's lounge, and a cold glint flashed in their eyes. But when they turned around and shouted, they found that it was actually Qin Feiyang. The two's complexion changed, and hurriedly greeted Qin Feiyang with flattering smiles. Greetings to young Master Qin. Young Master Qin, why didn't you tell us in advance that you were coming, so we could have gone to welcome you? The 2 flattered. Qin Feiyang smiled, asking, Where is Manager Yin? The manager is in the VIP lounge, receiving the people from the 4 great clans. Let's go call him. The 2 of them immediately ran to the VIP room. The 4 great clans? Qin Feiyang wrinkled his brows, his eyes flashing. Wait a moment. Young master, do you have any other orders? The 2 of them stopped and turned to look at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang asked, Is it the Dong clan, the Lu clan, the Wang clan, and the Jin clan? The 2 of them nodded. Qin Feiyang said, I happen to have time. Take me to the VIP room. The 2 of them looked at each other. It seemed like something was going to happen soon. The door to the VIP lounge was tightly shut. Yin Yuanming, don't beat around the bush. Tell us directly, what do we have to do to get rid of the ban on us? Qin Feiyang had just arrived at the door when he heard Patriarch Lu's angry roar. The 2 guards were about to knock on the door. Qin Feiyang stopped them and said in a low voice, You guys go ahead. All right. The 2 of them nodded, turned around, and left quietly. You guys are so annoying. This old man already said that the one who wants to ban you is Qin Feiyang. If you want to find someone, go find him. Yin Yuanming's impatient voice was heard. If Jinbao Pavilion doesn't give the order, does Qin Feiyang have the ability to ban us? Yin Yuanming, have you ever thought that Jinbao Pavilion is a trading place? Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to get involved in the personal grudge between us and Qin Feiyang? Patriarch Lu said in a low voice. Inappropriate? Fine, I want to ask you, who was the one who was showing off here yesterday? Do you think Jinbao Pavilion will close down after leaving your Lu clan? I'll tell you now, there's no way you can get rid of the ban. I want to see how long your Lu clan's savings can last. Yin Yuanming sneered. Yin Yuanming, don't go too far. Patriarch Lu's roar exploded in the VIP lounge. Obviously, he was extremely angry. Bang! At this moment, Qin Feiyang kicked the door open and strode in. Patriarch Lu and the others looked at him, and their eyes turned cold. Apart from Yin Yuanming, there were 4 people in the VIP lounge. 3 familiar faces were Patriarch Lu, the Grand Elders of the Wang clan and the Jing clan. The other unfamiliar face was an old man in a red robe. His hair and beard were red, and he looked like a ball of fire. He was the Grand Elder of the Dong clan. Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong had lost their cultivation, and Steward Dong was dead. Therefore, he was the only one who could negotiate with Jinbao Pavilion. Qin Feiyang closed the door, turned around and glanced at the 4 people. He said with a faint smile, "I'm just here to watch the show. Don't mind me. You can continue." While he was talking, Qin Feiyang walked toward the tea table. The Grand Elders of the Wang clan and the Jing clan hurriedly stepped aside. Qin Feiyang sat down in front of the tea table. He grabbed a teacup and washed it clean. Then, he started to taste it leisurely. Patriarch Lu and the others stared at him gloomily. Especially the Grand Elder of the Dong clan. He clenched his old hands, and killing intent surged in his eyes. Yin Yuanming glanced back and forth between the 4 people and Qin Feiyang. There was a hint of playfulness on his old face. Qin Feiyang drank a few cups of tea. Seeing that nothing happened, he looked up at the 4 people and asked confusedly, "Why aren't you talking?" Patriarch Lu said gloomily, "Are you here to laugh at us?" "Laugh at us?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. He asked seriously, "Why should I laugh at you? What's there to laugh at? Little bastard, I'm going to kill you." The Grand Elder of the Dong clan couldn't stand it anymore. He slapped toward Qin Feiyang. "How dare you!" Yin Yuanming shouted coldly. His hand shot out like lightning and slapped the Dong family's Grand Elder across the face. A bright red palm print immediately appeared on his face. "How dare you slap me?" The Grand Elder of the Dong clan looked at Yin Yuanming in disbelief. A murderous aura surged from his body. "If you dare to hit me again in the precious treasure pavilion, not to mention slapping you, I'll cripple you on the spot." Yin Yuanming sneered. "Cripple me? Do you have the strength to do so?" The Grand Elder of the Dong clan was furious. A terrifying pressure roared toward Yin Yuanming. "So strong?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. This old man was a 9-star combat emperor. "If it was before, I wouldn't have the strength to do so. But now—" Yin Yuanming smiled coldly. A pressure that was not inferior to the Grand Elder of the Dong clan surged out from his body. "What?" Patriarch Lu and the others were shocked. They knew that Yin Yuanming was a 5-star combat emperor. But how could he suddenly become a 9-star combat emperor? Suddenly, they remembered that Qin Feiyang's cultivation had skyrocketed yesterday. Could it be that Yin Yuanming's cultivation had something to do with Qin Feiyang? That's right. It must have something to do with Qin Feiyang. No wonder the precious treasure pavilion would help Qin Feiyang like this. The Grand Elders of the Wang and Jing families looked at each other and nodded at the same time. The Grand Elder of the Wang clan cupped his hands and said, "Brother Qin, this is a matter between you and the Dong clan and the Lu clan. Why do you want to ban the Wang clan and the Jing clan?" The Grand Elder of the Jing clan said, "Brother Qin, please be merciful and give us a way out." "Why?" "I heard that you were very happy when you heard the news of my death. You even told the public that even if I didn't die outside, I would die in your hands. Since you want me to die so badly, I won't let you have an easy time," Qin Feiyang said lightly. The 2 of them trembled and bowed. "Brother Qin, please give us another chance." Qin Feiyang ignored them. He took out a Qianquan pouch and threw it to Yin Yuanming. 2 potential pills. 10 red fire-glazed pills. 50 healing pills, bone-replenishing pills, and regeneration pills. 1,000 battle chi pills. They all have 2 elixir veins. Count them, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Yin Yuanming's eyes lit up and he started to count the items in the Qianquan pouch. At the same time, The Lu clan's patriarch and the other 3 grand elders were also shocked. This kid was really able to refine a top-grade pill with 2 pill veins. The grand elders of the Jing clan and Wang clan were even more regretful. Brother Qin, please be merciful and give us another chance. Just this one time. If we continue to associate ourselves with the Lu clan, we will leave the city. The 2 grand elders bowed and begged. Qin Feiyang ignored them and sipped his tea silently. After a while, Yin Yuanming put away the Qiankuan pouch and nodded with a smile. The quantity is correct, but the price? 1 red fire glazed pill for 1 billion and 1 potential pill for 15 billion. The rest of the elixir veins are for you, Qin Feiyang said. He had already thought of the price. So expensive? The price of the red fire glazed pill is still within the range I can afford. But the potential pill, the last 2 elixir veins, were only sold for 11 billion. If you ask for 15 billion, won't the treasure pavilion suffer a loss? Yin Yuanming frowned. Qin Feiyang said. The potential pill I gave you last time only had 1 elixir veins. Now it has 2, so the price is naturally different. What effect does the elixir veins have? Yin Yuanming was puzzled. The more elixir veins there are, the easier it is to open the gate of potential. Don't think I'm joking. The pain of opening the gate of potential is not something that anyone can bear. White-eyed Wolf almost couldn't bear it once, Qin Feiyang said. The memory of the first time the Wolf King opened the door of potential was still fresh in his mind. If he hadn't provoked Wolf King with words, he was afraid that Wolf King would have turned into a pile of bones by now. Yin Yuanming was still frowning, and said, How about this? After the auction, I'll pay you the gold coins. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, and said, Then just give me the teleportation gate. In the Forgotten Land, the teleportation gate was almost used up. All right. Yin Yuanming nodded, turned around and opened the door, and said to the 2 guards at the stairs, Go and ask Jie to prepare 300 teleportation gates, and send them to me immediately. Then he closed the door, looked at the Lu family's 4 people, and said lightly, Don't you want to lift the ban? Now that the main character is here, you can find him. Humph! The Lu family's patriarch and the Dong family's great elder snorted and left. They knew very well that Qin Feiyang would not change his mind. Begging him would only bring more humiliation. Brother Qin, can you think about it again? The great elder of the Wang and Jing families did not leave, and looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly. Everyone's tolerance is limited. However, if you are willing to leave the state capital, I can get the treasure pavilion to remove the ban on your 2 families. Qin Feiyang said. Leave the state capital. The 2 of them trembled. Do you want to stay in the state capital and continue to struggle at death's door, or do you want to leave the state capital and live a comfortable life? Think about it yourself, Qin Feiyang said. The 2 of them were silent for a moment. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with desolation and helplessness. For the future of their family, they had no choice but to submit. In 3 days, my Wang family will leave the state capital. My Jing family will also leave. I only hope that Brother Qin can keep his word. Chapter 425. They know what's good for them. After the 2 grand elders left, Yin Yuanming laughed. Those who know what's good for them will live longer than others. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. Once the Jing and Wang families left, only the Dong and Lu families were left. The Dong family was no longer a concern and wouldn't be able to survive for long. As for the Lu family, they were more difficult to deal with. But they were just difficult to deal with. Soon, Qin Jie sent over a portal. Qin Feiyang didn't stay any longer and opened the portal and left quickly. Yin Yuanming immediately prepared to auction the elixirs. Central City. In front of a huge mansion, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. This was the mansion of the mansion master. When the 4 guards at the door saw Qin Feiyang, they immediately greeted him with a smile. Brother Qin, what wind blew you here today? This was a famous person in the spiritual state. Most importantly, They all knew that Qin Feiyang and Ren Wuxuang had a very good relationship. Therefore, the 4 guards didn't dare to be negligent at all. Qin Feiyang smiled politely and asked, "Is the mansion master here?" One of the guards said, "Yes, do you want me to take you there?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Following behind the guard, Qin Feiyang entered the mansion and walked along a corridor towards the depths of the mansion. Along the way, he chatted with the guard. The mansion was very big. Half an hour later, the 2 of them arrived in front of a courtyard. In the courtyard, on the left was a vegetable garden that was dozens of meters wide. The green vegetables were exuding vitality. On the right was a pond that was about 100 feet wide. From time to time, a small fish would jump out of the water, sparkling. Beside the pond, there was a 2-story wooden building. This place was simple, plain, and quiet. At this moment, the mansion master was sitting beside the pond, holding a fishing rod and fishing leisurely. The guard cupped his hands and said, "Mansion master, Qin Feiyang requests an audience." The mansion master looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, "Go in by yourself." Qin Feiyang pushed the door open and entered. The guard turned and left. Walking to the mansion master's side, Qin Feiyang looked at the float on the water and smiled. "Senior, you're really relaxed? You've caused so much trouble for me. How can I be relaxed?" The mansion master rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang was startled, and then he smiled embarrassedly. "Sit." The mansion master. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. But when he looked around, he didn't see any stools or chairs. He sat to the ground. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He had indeed come here to inform the manor head of the situation in Butterfly Valley. But he didn't expect the mansion master to know. Why does Butterfly Valley exist? What's the Forgotten Land? Who is that woman? I won't tell you. But you have to remember, you can't tell anyone else about this. The mansion master said lightly. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. The mansion master asked, "Is there anything else?" "Yes. Before Dong Qing challenged me, she said that if she lost, the Dong family would leave the city. Old ancestor Dong and patriarch Dong also agreed at that time. But now, they don't seem to have any intention of leaving." Qin Feiyang frowned. The mansion master said, "You deal with this matter yourself. Also, you have to think of a way to settle the marriage contract between Lu Xingchen and Shuang'er." Qin Feiyang was delighted. Since the mansion master said so, it meant that he wouldn't speak up for the Dong family. But the matter of the marriage contract puzzled Qin Feiyang. He said, "Senior, are you in such a hurry to cancel the marriage contract because of the Lu family's actions?" "Yes. Old Monster Lu came to see me not long ago. He said that Lu Xingchen and Shuang are of marriageable age and hope to hold a wedding for them as soon as possible." The mansion master sighed. Qin Feiyang said in disgust, "Lu Xingchen's character is really not good. I can't let my sister marry him. I heard about his performance in the sacred temple yesterday. It was indeed very disappointing. Anyway, hurry up and deal with it. As long as the marriage contract is cancelled, I don't care how you torture them." The mansion master said. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded, got up, opened the portal, and returned to the second alchemy room. Originally, he was worried that the mansion master wouldn't allow him to deal with the Lu family. Unexpectedly, the mansion master was also very dissatisfied with the Lu family. This way, he could do it without any worries. Sitting in the lounge, after pondering for a moment, he took out the image crystal and quickly activated it. After waiting for a while, Fatso's shadow appeared. However, Fatso had changed his appearance. Qin Feiyang asked, "How's the investigation? How can it be so fast?" Fatso rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang said, "Then now, I'll give you another task." "What task?" Fatso was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "The mansion master has ordered us to quickly cancel the marriage contract between Ren Wuxuang and Lu Xingchen. Why is the old man suddenly in such a hurry?" Fatso was a little stunned. "It's because the Lu family is urging the marriage." Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. Fatso suddenly said. So it's like this. What do you want Fat Lord to do? Qin Feiyang said. The first step is to ruin Lu Xingchen's image. Do everything possible to make him look bad. The key is to say that he's not worthy of Ren Wuxuang. What about the second step? Fatso asked. When the time is up, I'll tell you. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. All right, this kind of small matter is easy. Just wait for a good show. Fatso laughed, and the shadow quickly dissipated. A good show? I don't have the time. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He kept the image crystal and entered the castle to continue copying the battle symbol formula. He had already copied half of the 7th stroke. He estimated that he would be able to complete it in a month. When the time comes, he would be able to break through to the 4-star combat Emperor realm. The third day, the Jing and Wang families migrated. Even the disciples of the two families in the sacred temple and the inner palace left the city. They had thought it through thoroughly. As long as one of them stayed in the city, it would be impossible to live in peace. The higher-ups of the sacred temple and the inner palace had also guessed the reason for the departure of the two families' disciples. But the disciples of the two families left voluntarily. They couldn't force them. On the same day, the Precious Treasure Pavilion also lifted the ban on the two families. The fourth day, the Precious Treasure Pavilion auctioned the scarlet fire-colored glass pill in the 4 major districts at the same time, causing a huge sensation. On the fifth day, the potential pill was auctioned. Countless people fought over it. The sixth day, a piece of news spread like wildfire in the city. The news said, Lu Xingchen was a wicked hypocrite. Not only was he sinister and cunning, his methods were also very vicious. He often plotted against others and beat up the servants of the Lu family. And he was very lecherous, to the extent that it made people's hair stand on end. The maids of the Lu family were basically all bullied by him. But because of Lu Xingchen's identity, whether it was the maids or the servants, they could only swallow their anger. Moreover, under Lu Xingchen's despotic power, these maids and servants still had to protect his good image in front of outsiders. There was even one time when a maid was pregnant with his child. Lu Xingchen was afraid that it would affect his future, so he cruelly killed the maid. That was a baby with 2 lives. This kind of sanctimonious scum who abandoned his wife was not worthy of a proud daughter of heaven like Ren Wuxuang. When this news came out, it could be said to be a shocking thunder that set off a huge uproar in the city. Many people only now knew that Lu Xingchen was engaged to the granddaughter of the mansion lord. In the Lu family's meeting hall. Bastard. What a bastard. Who is the one who started this rumor? Patriarch Lu flew into a rage, smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. Although Lu Xingchen was proud and arrogant, until now, he had never even touched a woman's hand. Now a baby with 2 lives. Who was so fucking wicked? Patriarch, now is not the time to be angry. You have to quickly clarify and not let this matter continue to fester. Steward Lu stood below, his face full of anger and worry. If this matter was not suppressed, not only would the world believe it, but even the mansion lord would believe it. By then, the mansion lord would probably not agree to the marriage between Lu Xingchen and Ren Wuxuang. Yes. Quickly announce to the public that this is a rumor deliberately made up by someone. At the same time, send someone to investigate it. You must find the person who spread the rumor. I want to tear him into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. Patriarch Lu roared. Yes. Steward Lu responded respectfully, and immediately turned to leave. However, even if the Lu family clarified in time, they could not stop the rumor from spreading. As for the person who spread the rumor, the Lu family had no clue at all. The news spread more and more fiercely. Soon, it fell into the ears of Lu Xingchen and Ren Wuxuang. Without a doubt, Lu Xingchen was furious to the extreme. He immediately sent a message to Patriarch Lu, telling him to find the person who spread the rumor no matter what. Ren Wuxuang was full of doubts. Who was the one who spread the rumor? Was it Qin Feiyang? But this cheap brother of hers didn't know about her engagement with Lu Xingchen. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave arose. On the day of the temple's great gathering, the head of temples personally ordered that Shiming be removed from his position as Marshall Hall's law enforcement elder, and replaced by Yen Nanshan. Shiming was demoted to deacon elder, and sent to the inner hall to do odd jobs. Odd jobs included a lot of things. For example, receiving disciples who had just arrived in the inner hall, being in charge of the cleanliness of the inner hall, and running errands for the inner hall disciples. It could be said that this was a servant's errand. Of course, Shiming was unwilling to do such a thing. He went to the head of temples to reason, but the head of temples sent him away with a single sentence. If he did not want to do odd jobs, then leave the temple. When Shiming went to the inner hall, Wolf King and Fatso could not continue their investigation, so they focused on vilifying Lu Xingchen. Everyone in the Lu family only did one thing every day, and that was to go around to clarify the rumor. But even so, more and more people believed in it. Of course, there were also people who suspected that it could be an enemy of the Lu family, who wanted to harm the Lu family. But the Lu family had made too many enemies in the continent's capital, so no one could be sure of who it was. Time flew by. A month passed. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang's arm paused. The seventh stroke of the battle character art suddenly shot out a dazzling ray of light. His aura also rose crazily. Finally, it stopped at 4-star Combat Emperor. When I finish the 8th and 9th strokes, I will be able to break through to 6-star Combat Emperor. I am only 3 levels away from Battle Master. Phew! Very soon. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, closed the 6-word divine formula, and turned to look at Lu Hong and the pangolin. 10 days ago, Lu Hong had finally recovered to 1-star Combat King, and was now working hard to catch up with Fatso. But the pangolin's situation made him feel helpless. 8 months had already passed, and this guy still had not broken through to 5-star Combat King? Chapter 426. Withdrawing his gaze, Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal and sent a message to Fatso. After the virtual image appeared, Fatso immediately asked, "Boss, what's up? Come back first." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned off the image crystal and appeared in the lounge. Soon, Fatso and Wolf King both returned. Then they told him what had happened in the past month in detail. After listening, Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Well done. What's the second step?" Wolf King was a little impatient. "We'll talk about the second step in the inner hall." With a wave of his hand, Qin Feiyang sent Fatso and Wolf King to the castle and then walked out of the alchemy room. After leaving the alchemy room, he was about to go downstairs. Boom! But suddenly there was a low rumble behind him. He turned his head and saw that the stone door of alchemy room number 1, which had been tightly closed, was open. A white-clothed woman slowly walked out. This woman was about 1.75 meters tall. Her long black hair draped over her shoulders, and her figure was exquisite. However, her appearance was very ordinary. She was the kind of woman who wouldn't attract a second glance when walking in a crowd. In layman's terms, she had a common face. But she had walked out of alchemy room number 1. There was no doubt that she was the legendary Murong Jing. Seeing Qin Feiyang, Murong Jing was slightly taken aback. But she didn't show any emotion, nor did she say a word. After closing the stone door of the alchemy room, she walked past Qin Feiyang. Calm as still water, unperturbed by waves. She really lives up to her name, Qin Feiyang muttered. The two went downstairs one after the other and left the Pill Fire Palace. Gradually, Qin Feiyang was surprised to find that Murong Jing was actually going in the same direction as him. Murong Jing seemed to have noticed this too. She stopped. When Qin Feiyang reached her side, she lifted her foot again and walked side by side with Qin Feiyang. After walking for a while, Murong Jing suddenly asked, "Why didn't you snatch Alchemy Room 1? Her voice was like an orchid in an empty valley, making people involuntarily let down their guard. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Alchemy Room 2 is enough." Murong Jing pondered for a moment and said, Are you also going to find Elder Lu? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. After that, the two of them didn't say a word until they reached Lu Yun's residence. He could see it now. This woman was a bit of a loner and was not good at communicating with others. Lu Yun sat alone in the pavilion with his brows furrowed as though he was thinking about something. Hearing the footsteps, she turned her head to look. When she saw Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing walking over side by side, she couldn't help but be surprised. When did these two little fellows get together? She muttered to herself. Greetings, Elder Lu. Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing cupped their hands. Lu Yun smiled and said, Come in. Qin Feiyang pushed open the courtyard's door and let Murong Jing in before he walked in and closed the door. Following that, the two of them walked into the pavilion. Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Lu's expression and asked in puzzlement, Elder Lu, why are you frowning? Are you troubled by something? I won't hide it from you. Jia Gao and Hishan have been missing for a month. I wonder where they have gone. Lu Yun sighed deeply and frowned again. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at Murong Jing from the corner of his eye. He saw that Murong Jing didn't show any emotion when she heard the news. Suddenly, Lu Yun looked at Qin Feiyang with a glint in his eyes. Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched as he said, Elder Lu, don't let your thoughts run wild. Lu Yun said meaningfully, You know what I'm thinking? I admit that I have a personal grudge with them, but I wouldn't go so far as to kill them. Qin Feiyang said without batting an eyelid. Lu Yun said, I didn't say that you killed them. Isn't this equivalent to admitting it? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said helplessly, All right, whatever you say. Anyway, I'm often the scapegoat, so I don't mind taking one more. Lu Yun rolled his eyes at him and asked, Why are the two of you looking for me? I'm preparing to head to the inner hall. Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing spoke at the same time. The three of them were stunned. After Lu Yun snapped back to his senses, he looked at Murong Jing in surprise and said, You have also broken through to the War Emperor realm? I broke through the day before yesterday. Murong Jing nodded. When Lu Yun heard that, he became melancholic and said, I didn't expect all of you to go to the inner hall so soon. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, Elder, as long as you say the word, I won't go to the inner hall. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Yun glared at him. I really don't want to let you go. But there's nothing I can do. Who asked the two of you to be so talented? If I don't let them go, the hall master will definitely come looking for trouble with me. She sighed deeply and asked, When do you plan to go? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Anytime. Me too. Murong Jing nodded as well. All right, I'll send you there immediately. However, Qin Feiyang, I have a few words to say to you. Murong Jing, leave us for a moment. Lu Yun said. Murong Jing turned around and took a step forward, instantly landing outside the courtyard. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, Elder, what instructions do you have? Murong Jing keeps a low profile. I'm relieved that she's going to the inner hall, but I really can't be at ease with you. Remember what I'm telling you now. If you can endure it, do your best. Don't continue tormenting yourself. Now that you're outside, I have the ability to help you deal with the death of Jia Gao and company. But once you enter the inner hall, I won't be able to help you anymore. Do you understand? Lu Yun frowned. I understand. Qin Feiyang nodded. I hope you really understand. Work hard. I've told you before that the situation in the inner hall is very complicated. Be careful. After Lu Yun said that, he prepared to call Murong Jing over. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, Wait. Is there anything else? Lu Yun frowned. Elder, please wait a moment. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously, opened a teleportation door, and quickly left. In less than a few hundred seconds he appeared out of thin air. There was a palm-sized jade box in his hand. Qin Feiyang handed the jade box over and said with a smile, Thank you for your care during this period of time, Elder. What is it? Lu Yun took the jade box suspiciously. When he opened it, his eyes immediately lit up. There were 6 pills lying quietly inside. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Before consuming these pills, ask Uncle Yen first. All right, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Lu Yun nodded and put it away. He looked at Murong Jing and said with a smile, Come over quickly. After Murong Jing came over, Lu Yun opened a teleportation door, and the 3 of them walked in one after another. In the next instant, they appeared in the sky above a mountain range. Below, the mountains were stacked and ancient trees towered into the sky. Among them, there were 4 huge peaks that were the tallest. They were more than 10,000 feet tall, and were like 4 huge swords that pierced into the clouds. And at the peak of each mountain sat a pitch-black hall that emitted an ancient aura. At the edge of the square outside each hall, there was a 100-meter-tall stone tablet. They were all snow-white and were especially eye-catching. There were a few black words engraved on them. Pill-Fire Hall, Cultivation Hall, Resource Hall, Martial Arts Treasury. These words were vigorous and powerful, emitting a shocking aura. The 4 huge peaks and 4 halls were like 4 legs of a tripod, standing proudly among the mountains like kings. Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing looked at everything curiously. Lu Yun said with a smile, This is where you will live in the future. Murong Jing asked, Elder, are we still in the state capital? No. Lu Yun shook his head. Then what is this place? Murong Jing was puzzled. This was also a question Qin Feiyang wanted to ask. Nirvana Mountain Range, Lu Yun said. What? Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. How could he not know about the Nirvana Mountain Range? The Nirvana Mountain Range was adjacent to the Sea of Despair. Back when he left the Sea of Despair and entered the Nirvana Mountain Range, he was still wandering around the edge half a month later. Therefore, he had experienced the vastness and terror of the Nirvana Mountain Range. Ren Wusheng even said that this was the base camp of the beasts in the spiritual state. Even her grandfather did not dare to step in. He never expected that the inner hall would be in such a dangerous place. Don't worry. This is not the central area of the Nirvana Mountain Range. At most, it is the periphery. Moreover, there are no powerful beasts within 1,000 miles, so your life will not be in danger. But if you leave this area, you will lose your life at any time. You must remember this. Lu Yun reminded. The 2 nodded. Huh! At this moment, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. He felt a cold gaze, and there was even a hint of murderous intent. Just as he looked down, a figure rose into the air and landed in front of the 3 of them. It was none other than Shi Ming. Isn't this Elder Shi? We haven't seen each other for half a month. How have you been? Lu Yun said with a smile. Thanks to you, I am doing very well now, Shi Ming said, gritting his teeth. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Lu Yun smiled mockingly and turned to Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing. I'm going back. Work hard. Take care, Elder. The 2 cupped their hands and sent him off. After Lu Yun left, Qin Feiyang looked up at Shi Ming and said with a smile, I feel bad for troubling you to pick us up, Elder. Shi Ming's face darkened as he sneered. The Nirvana Mountain Range is very dangerous. You better be careful. He did not hide the threat in his words. Thank you for your reminder, Elder. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Murong Jing said, Elder Shi, can you take us to the Pill-Fire Palace first? Don't you have eyes? Can't you see that the Pill-Fire Palace is there? Go by yourself. Get lost if you don't. Shi Ming shouted, and left with his sleeves folded. Murong Jing frowned but did not say anything. She flew straight to the Pill-Fire Palace. Continued being arrogant. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Qin Feiyang muttered, a cold light flashing in the depths of his eyes. Whoosh! He turned into a streak of flowing light and landed on an uninhabited mountain peak. He called out the Wolf King and said, I've entered the inner hall. Shi Ming will definitely make some movements. You should quickly follow him. Remember, don't let anyone discover you. Chapter 427. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang glanced at Sherming's back and flew into the sky. He landed on the square of the Pill Fire Palace like a bolt of lightning. The door of the Pill Fire Palace was tightly shut. It was more than 100 feet tall and an ancient aura could be felt. Qin Feiyang, do you know what grade the alchemy fire in the inner palace is? Murong Jing stood in front of him. Her clothes were fluttering and her hair was dancing in the wind. Although she looked ordinary, the aura she exuded was very eye-catching. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. 4th grade. Murong Jing said. Her ethereal voice was emotionless. 4th grade! Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. The Nether Devil Flame had to devour 3 types of 4th grade alchemy fire to reach the 5th grade. Alchemy fire above the 4th grade would be even rarer. If he snatched the alchemy fire here, he would still lack 2 types. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown. If he really did that, he would offend the entire sacred palace. By then, he would have nowhere to go in the spiritual state. However, it was imperative to increase the grade of the Nether Devil Flame. It seems like I have to find out more about it after dealing with the Liu and Dong families. Qin Feiyang mumbled. He wouldn't lay his hands on the alchemy fire in the inner palace unless he had no other choice. Rumble! At this moment, the door of the Pill Fire Palace suddenly opened. A middle-aged man walked out. His clothes were as white as snow and he was emitting an ethereal aura. He was the Pill Hall Master. Greetings, Hall Master! Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing bowed. The Pill Hall Master nodded. He glanced at the 2 of them and was stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and asked, You broke through again? Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. I'm lucky. I just broke through not long ago. Lucky? The Pill Hall Master was shocked and speechless. He broke through from a 3-star combat emperor to a 4-star combat emperor in a month. Was this luck? This astonishing speed really left people speechless. Suddenly, he glanced behind Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing and frowned. Where's Sherming? Why didn't he show you the way? Elder sure is busy, Murong Jing said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, Yes, Elder sure is busy with official business. How can we let him lead the way? The Pill Hall Master looked at their expressions and immediately understood what was going on. This old fellow really didn't know how to repent at all. Let's go. I'll bring you in. The Pill Hall Master greeted and turned around to enter the Pill Fire Hall. Qin Feiyang and Qin Haodong quickly followed him. Murong Jing said in a low voice, Are you planning to rob the alchemy room? What about you? Qin Feiyang asked. Murong Jing said, I can tolerate other things, but not the alchemy room. The meaning of this sentence was very obvious. They had to snatch it. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Although Murong Jing kept a low profile and didn't talk much, she was a strong woman. The Pill Fire Hall in the inner hall was the same as the Pill Fire Hall in the Sacred Hall. In the center was a patio. The alchemy room was built around a patio. But there was a difference. There were very few alchemy rooms here. There were only 100 of them. Because only alchemists with level 8 mental strength and above were qualified to enter the Pill Fire Hall. The Pill Hall Master explained as he brought the 2 of them to the bottom of the patio. The 2 of them looked up. There were 10 alchemy rooms on each floor. But no one was loitering outside. It was dead silent. Qin Feiyang asked, Hall Master, how many people are here now? 88 people. Including the 2 of you, it's exactly 90 people. The Pill Hall Master smiled. So few? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Murong Jing said, What about the cultivation hall? The Pill Hall Master said, Of course there are more people in the cultivation hall than the Pill Fire Hall. I think there are more than 1,000 people. Isn't the difference a little too big? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. As expected. Every alchemist was a rare animal. Murong Jing said, Are all the inner hall disciples combat emperors? The Pill Hall Master smiled. Combat emperors are the basic requirement to enter the inner hall. However, some disciples have already entered Combat Master. Combat Master! Qin Feiyang's gaze flickered. It seemed like he wouldn't be bored in the inner hall in the future. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he asked, "When I was outside, I heard that there's a chance to enter the imperial capital after entering the inner hall. Is that true?" That was the question he was most concerned about. Murong Jing's calm expression had a slight change at this moment. The pill hall master pondered for a moment and nodded. "That's right. There's a chance to enter the imperial capital. However, it's not that easy. We'll talk about the details later." Qin Feiyang didn't ask further. It was fine as long as he knew there was a chance. As for how difficult it was, he didn't think about it. Because he had to return to the imperial capital. He had no other choice. Even if it was extremely difficult, he had to face it. The pill hall master asked, "Are there any other questions?" "Yes." Murong Jing nodded and said, "How are the alchemy rooms arranged?" The pill hall's hall master was slightly stunned. He looked at Murong Jing and a meaningful smile flashed past his eyes. "Same as outside. You can fight for the alchemy rooms with your own abilities. But remember, you can't kill anyone. I have something to deal with. If there's anything you don't understand, look for me in the resource hall." After the pill hall master finished, he left the two of them there irresponsibly and turned around to leave. "Fight for it by myself?" Qin Feiyang mumbled and his eyes flickered. At the same time, after Murong Jing sent the pill hall master off, she turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang weirdly. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang didn't understand. Murong Jing said, "The hall master said not to kill anyone. He should be talking about you." "Really?" Qin Feiyang pretended to be confused and smiled. "Actually, I'm very kind." "You're kind?" Murong Jing's face twitched. She shook her head and said, "I really can't tell." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "There's a newcomer. Everyone, come out and welcome them." At this moment, a loud voice was heard. Boom! Stone doors opened one after another. Then, figures walked out one after another. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked over, astonished. Why were they all women? There were more than 30 of them. Some were tall and some were short, some were fat and some were thin. "Greetings, senior sisters." Murong Jing bowed to greet them. However, no one answered. They were all looking at Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing curiously. However, Qin Feiyang caught a hint of mockery in their eyes. What was going on? They were all women. Where were the men? He was puzzled. At the same time, he was on his guard. Because the voice that said to welcome them was a man's voice. However, there wasn't a single male disciple. This meant that something was wrong. "The welcome ceremony officially begins. Everyone, don't stand on ceremony." The man's voice was heard again. It came from the 10th floor. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the stone doors of the other alchemy rooms opened at the same time. White figures dashed out from the alchemy rooms. They were all men. In their hands, they each held a wooden basin that was filled with water. They ran to the edge of the corridor and splashed the water in the wooden basin at Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing without saying a word. Splash! The water poured down like a waterfall. All of this seemed slow, but it all happened in an instant. If Qin Feiyang hadn't been on his guard, he wouldn't have been able to react in time. Whoosh! He grabbed Murong Jing's wrist and retreated like lightning. He entered the corridor behind him and escaped the fate of being drenched. They actually dodged it? Seeing this, the men and women above were a little stunned. Murong Jing was also in a daze. The Pillfire Palace was dead silent. Qin Feiyang let go of Murong Jing's wrist and glanced at the wet ground. His eyes flashed coldly. "This welcome ceremony is quite special," he muttered to himself. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or sad. Murong Jing finally came to her senses. Her expression didn't change at all. It was as if nothing had happened. The two walked into the courtyard again. However, as soon as they walked in, another waterfall poured down from the 10th floor. Caught off guard, the two of them were immediately drenched. Ha ha! The people above immediately roared with laughter. This time, it wasn't just Qin Feiyang who changed his face. Even Murong Jing's face was covered with frost. Glancing at the people from the 2nd to the 9th floor, the two's eyes swept directly to the 10th floor. At the railing of the corridor, there were 8 young men and women standing side by side. 4 men. 4 women. The 8 of them looked about 25 or 26 years old. They all looked dignified and had an outstanding temperament. But they looked arrogant. Like high and mighty kings, looking down at Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing. Their faces were also full of ridicule. The 4 men each held a wooden basin in their hands. It was obvious. They were the ones who splashed the water just now. I want to ask, is it interesting to do this? Qin Feiyang glanced at the 8 people with a cold glint in his eyes. Of course it's interesting. The corners of the 8 people's mouths lifted slightly, with a touch of playfulness. Murong Jing suddenly frowned and said, Qin Feiyang, don't you think there's something wrong with this water? Something's wrong? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Smelling it carefully, there was indeed something wrong. This water emitted a faint stench. How is it? Does it smell good? Let me tell you, this is all foot washing water. This is a meeting gift we specially prepared for you. Are you satisfied? Do you want a little more? Ha ha! The 4 men laughed heartily. The rest of the people were also convulsing with laughter. Foot washing water! Qin Feiyang's face instantly darkened. Murong Jing's expression wasn't much better. Originally, both of them thought that these people were just joking. But they didn't expect it to be foot washing water. You've gone too far, Murong Jing said coldly. The cold air around her was oppressive. On the 10th floor, a blue-haired youth glanced at the other disciples and said with a smile, She said we've gone too far. Do you think we've gone too far? Not at all. The rest of the people shouted. Ha ha! The blue-haired youth laughed loudly, lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Let me tell you, this is the rule. Every new disciple has to taste the foot-washing water. In fact, it's a warning. No matter how great you are outside, as long as you come to the inner hall, you have to be obedient. Towards us, your senior brothers and sisters, you must be extremely respectful and listen to our words. And this is the way to survive in the inner hall. Do you understand? Chapter 428. Respectful? Obedient? Qin Feiyang's eyes revealed ridicule, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Seeing this, the blue-haired youth frowned and said indifferently, It seems that you are not convinced? Convinced, very convinced. But I would like to ask you, do you know who I am? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth rose, looking down on everyone present. Ha ha, aren't you Qin Feiyang? We have long heard of your rumors. Even Dong Qing was defeated by you. I have to say that you are indeed amazing. But Dong Qing is only an ordinary character in the inner palace. The blue-haired youth crossed his arms and spoke enthusiastically. However, Qin Feiyang suddenly interrupted him and said impatiently, Just say what you want to say. The blue-haired youth's eyes flashed coldly and said, Don't you know that interrupting others is very impolite? Polite? Qin Feiyang found it funny. Who was it that splashed water on their feet? Who was it that was so arrogant as to spout nonsense? And now he actually said that he was impolite? As a person, one could not be too cheap. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, Are you trying to say that I don't have the right to behave atrociously in the inner palace? At least you know your place. Everyone sneered. Yes, I know my place. But what about you guys? Do you know your place? Do you know what my rule of survival is? Qin Feiyang's gaze gradually turned cold. What? Do you still want to make a move? Let me tell you, one must adapt to the circumstances. Only those who adapt to the circumstances can live longer. Everyone's eyes were filled with ridicule. Threatening me? Qin Feiyang sneered, rose into the air, and floated on the 2nd floor. Clang! The red sword chi was like a volcanic eruption, with him as the center, rolling in all directions. How dare you! You still dare to make a move! There were 8 disciples on the second floor, all of them were 1-star war emperor. The 8 of them flew into a rage. Streaks of battle chi emerged one after another, and the battle art was manifested. With astonishing momentum, the battle chi blasted toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was surprised to find that they were all high-grade battle arts. However, all of this was in vain. The red sword energy swept through the sky, crushing everything in its path. In an instant. Following a series of painful screams, the 8 of them all collapsed. There were bloody holes on their shoulders and thighs, and blood was spurting out like a fountain. Qin Feiyang's control was quite good. They were only heavily injured and did not take their lives. However, the moment he made his move, everyone was shocked. They had all heard of Qin Feiyang's deeds. However, as the saying goes, seeing is believing and hearing is false. Rumors were generally not credible. Only now did they truly realize how terrifying Qin Feiyang's strength was. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang then flew up to the 3rd floor. There were 10 disciples on the 3rd floor, and they were all 1-star battle emperors. Like the 8 people on the 2nd floor, all of them had mastered high-grade battle arts. However, Qin Feiyang's momentum was like a rainbow, and no one could compete with him. Miserable screams echoed in the courtyard and did not dissipate for a long time. There were also 10 disciples on the 4th floor. Moreover, they were all 2-star battle emperors. Qin Feiyang pointed his finger at them, and an invisible force spread out crazily. The first style of the origin returning art, landslide. The 10 of them immediately felt as if a giant mountain was pressing down on them. They instantly fell to the ground and their blood flowed like a river. When the 10 disciples on the 5th floor saw this, their eyes shone with a cold light. They did not wait for Qin Feiyang to fly up and they took the initiative to attack. However, this could not stop the furious Qin Feiyang at all. He went all the way to the 8th floor like a hot knife through butter. The strength of the 10 disciples on the 8th floor had increased by a few times. All of them were 4-star battle emperors, and their cultivation was comparable to Qin Feiyang's. Boom! Battle chi surged. 10 types of battle arts appeared, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Moreover, they were all high-grade battle arts. What's going on? Could it be that everyone in the inner palace has cultivated high-grade battle arts? Qin Feiyang frowned. 10 sword shadows appeared above his head. Following his thoughts, the sword shadows roared in the sky and crushed toward the 10 disciples. The 10 of them were blown away on the spot. Bang! 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 They were like meteorites, crashing into the wall behind them. All of them spat out blood and were greatly shocked. The sword shadows stopped in the void, and their shocking sharpness shocked the entire area. Qin Feiyang glanced at them, and then raised his head to look at the 10 disciples on the 9th floor. Those 10 disciples were also 4-star battle emperors. However, when they saw Qin Feiyang looking at them, they could not help but take a few steps back in fear. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with disdain. He raised his head and looked at the 8 disciples with blue hair. Tell me, what gives you the right to be so arrogant? He waved his hand, and the 10 sword shadows that stopped in the void suddenly rose into the sky. The sword chi was like a raging wave, slashing toward the 8 disciples. Among them, 3 of the sword shadows were locked onto the blue-haired youth. Because this person was the most arrogant, Qin Feiyang naturally had to take extra care of him. However, facing the attack of the sword shadows, the 8 of them were not as flustered as the others. They looked very calm. It was as if they did not take them seriously at all. A red-haired youth walked out from the crowd. He was about 1.8 meters tall, and his body was tall. His handsome face was stern, and his aura was unfathomable. I would like to see how powerful you are. The red-haired youth's eyes were like lightning, and he raised both of his hands. A ray of battle chi surged out and transformed into a giant mountain, exuding a vigorous aura, and crashed toward the 10 sword shadows. Boom! Clang! Along with a loud sound, the sword shadows kept collapsing. Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed. This person was actually a 7-star battle emperor, and he had mastered a superior battle art. Puff! In the blink of an eye, the 10 sword shadows were shattered. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Boom! The giant mountain's aura surged as it pressed down on Qin Feiyang. Murong Jing frowned and said, Qin Feiyang, the competition in the Pill Fire Hall is naturally about alchemy. There's no need to fight with them. However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. His anger had been completely ignited. It was impossible for it to end like this. Whoosh! A shocking wave of fire surged out of his body. The 9-leaf fire lotus was born. The temperature in the Pill Fire Hall instantly soared, as though it had become a huge furnace. Is a 7-star battle emperor that great? He muttered to himself with a sinister smile on his face. A fire lotus leaf fell and shot toward the red-haired youth at lightning speed. Innate power, destroy like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, explode! Qin Feiyang finished speaking. The fire lotus leaf suddenly exploded. A terrifying wave of flame suddenly roared in this place like a huge wave in the ocean. The red-haired youth and the others were instantly engulfed. In an instant, their flesh was torn open and blood splattered everywhere. He used this move to cripple Dong Qing, who had broken through to the 6-star battle emperor. Facing the 8 great prodigies, not only is he not afraid, he wants to fight to the end. This guy is as crazy as the rumors say. I also heard that when he fought with Dong Qing, he was a 3-star battle emperor. How long has it been since he broke through to the 4-star battle emperor? His cultivation speed is too shocking. I'm afraid the situation in the inner hall will change soon. The dozens of disciples on the floor below couldn't help but discuss. Qin Feiyang, congratulations, you have completely angered us. The blue-haired youth roared. The aura of the 8 people burst out at the same time. 3 5-star battle emperors, 3 6-star battle emperors, and 2 7-star battle emperors. The blue-haired youth was a 7-star battle emperor. Such a lineup was extremely terrifying. However, Qin Feiyang wasn't afraid at all. So what if I angered you? A strong cold light shot out from his eyes. 2 fire lotus leaves whistled and exploded at the same time. Boom! The 3 5-star battle emperors fell to the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The 3 6-star battle emperors weren't any better. What a powerful fighting soul! The red-haired youth and the blue-haired youth were also covered with cuts and bruises. Both of their pupils contracted. Although Qin Feiyang was only a 4-star battle emperor, his means were too shocking. The two of them looked at each other, and their battle chi surged. 2 colossal beings soared into the air from behind them. Fighting souls? I won't give you a chance, Qin Feiyang mumbled. 4 fire lotus leaves left the ground and shot towards the 2 of them in the blink of an eye. 4 leaves! Don't explode! The 2 of them were immediately frightened. The 3 6-star battle emperors were scared out of their wits. Boom! Qin Feiyang's mind moved and the 4 fire lotus leaves exploded at the same time. 5 screams resounded in the air. The 5 of them were sent flying. The 3 6-star battle emperors immediately closed their eyes. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The blue-haired youth and the red-haired youth were lying on the ground, dying. Their bodies were covered with blood. They were completely defeated. The disciples below glared at them with their eyes wide open. It was unbelievable. Even the 7-star battle emperors were defeated without any resistance. This person was too strong. No! It wasn't Qin Feiyang who was strong. It was Qin Feiyang's fighting soul that was strong. 9-leaf fire lotus. 9 fire lotus leaves. It was equivalent to 9 ultimate killing moves. How could there be such a fighting soul in this world? Qin Feiyang stood proudly in the air and looked down at the crowd. The fire lotus above his head was emitting waves of fire. At this moment, he was like a fire god descending to the world. His domineering aura shook the souls of everyone present. Is this the reason why you are so arrogant? Now, all of you, go down and lick the water on the floor clean bit by bit, he said coldly. What? Everyone's expression changed. They wouldn't do such an act that hurt their pride even if they were beaten to death. In an instant, everyone fled in fear into the alchemy room. Bang! Bang! The stone door closed. In the blink of an eye, the huge pill-fire palace fell into a dead silence. Only Qin Feiyang, Murong Jing, and the blue-haired youth were left. Do you think you'll be fine if you hide in the alchemy room? Naive! Qin Feiyang sneered. Swoosh! He took a step forward and landed in front of the blue-haired youth and the red-haired youth. Without a word, he grabbed the two of them and threw them down as if they were trash. Bang! Accompanied by two loud sounds, the two of them fell to the bottom of the courtyard. They spat out blood and their bones were about to fall apart. Next, Qin Feiyang threw the 3 6-star battle emperors and the 3 5-star battle emperors down. The huge impact woke the 6 of them up. Next, they were drowned by the intense pain and screamed in agony. Chapter 429. After I throw everyone out, if you haven't licked it, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 8 people coldly, leaped into the air, landed on the 9th floor, walked to a stone door, and kicked it open. Inside was a man who looked about 25 or 26 years old. At this moment, his eyes were full of fear. Am I going to do it or do you want to get down by yourself? Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. The man stammered. His face was full of horror, and he could not say a word for a long time. It seems that I have to do it. There was a cold flash in Qin Feiyang's eyes and he strode into the alchemy room. No, no, no. I'll go down by myself. The man's eyes trembled and he hurriedly ran out of the alchemy room, flying to the bottom of the courtyard. Qin Feiyang shouted. I told you to get down. Didn't you hear me? Hearing this, the man was immediately furious and shouted. Don't go too far. So what if I bully you? Qin Feiyang sneered. If he did not have the strength to resist today, he did not know how he would be humiliated by these people. Therefore, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, he would not show any mercy. It's best to have a bottom line when doing things, the man said gloomily. You even splashed the water to wash my feet. What right do you have to talk about a bottom line with me? Are you not going to get lost? Fine, I'll let you have a taste of living a life worse than death. Qin Feiyang's body shook. The red sword aura roared and the shocking sharpness swept across the sky. Seeing this, the man could not help but turn pale. I'll get lost. He quickly returned to the 9th floor and rolled down the stairs. The person just now, come out immediately. Otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless, Qin Feiyang shouted. His voice was like a bell, spreading to every alchemy room. Everyone trembled physically and mentally. In their hearts, there was a deep sense of regret. If they had known that this person was so powerful, they would not have provoked him. You don't want to come out? Fine. Just you wait, I'll invite them one by one. Qin Feiyang walked in front of another stone door and kicked it open fiercely. Whoosh! He stepped into the alchemy room. Accompanied by a horrified scream, a woman was thrown out of the room. Following closely, Qin Feiyang went to the next alchemy room. Everyone that he invited was thrown out, full of hostility. For a moment, the pill fire hall's screams and cries for mercy rang out incessantly. Murong Jing stood at the bottom of the well, watching coldly. Bang! Bang! 100 breaths passed. Apart from the pill refining rooms number 1 and number 2 on the 10th floor, the rest of the people were thrown out. Qin Feiyang stood at the railing of the 2nd floor. He raised his head and looked at the stone doors of Alchemy Room 1 and Alchemy Room 2. He then lowered his head and looked at the crowd below. A total of 86 people gathered at the bottom of the patio, glaring at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said coldly, I don't want to repeat myself. Lick it now. Impossible. Only if you kill us. The red-haired and blue-haired youths roared, their eyes full of hatred. Is that so? Qin Feiyang leaped up and landed in front of the two of them. He kicked at their lower abdomens. Ah! The two of them screamed and were sent flying on the spot, falling to the ground. Next, Qin Feiyang walked out again. He stomped his foot. Battle chi gushed out from the sole of his foot. The red-haired youth's thigh was instantly crushed, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Are you going to lick it? Qin Feiyang looked down at him condescendingly. Are you dreaming? The red-haired youth roared. The excruciating pain distorted his face. I like to deal with stubborn people like you. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. With a crack, he stomped down again, crushing the other thigh of the red-haired youth. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Seeing this, everyone else's faces were pale. Some timid people were even scared out of their wits. They hurriedly lay on the ground and licked the water stains on the ground. Are you still stubborn? Qin Feiyang revealed a devilish smile. The red-haired youth roared hysterically. Just you wait, I will definitely kill you! Still stubborn? Qin Feiyang grinned. Clang! He took out a rib and immediately smashed down, breaking both arms of the red-haired youth. Ah! The red-haired youth wailed like a pig being slaughtered. What about now? Qin Feiyang asked. The red-haired youth screamed as he stared at Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of hatred. Qin Feiyang was surprised. This guy was quite unyielding. However, it was easy to deal with such people. He grabbed the rib and looked at the red-haired youth while pacing around him. Suddenly, he stopped and his gaze swept to the red-haired youth's crotch. The red-haired youth's gaze trembled. What did this person want to do? This thing of yours, I guess it will only harm women. Now I will help you break it. In this way, you can cultivate without any desires in the future. You don't have to thank me. Who asked me to be a good person? Qin Feiyang revealed a smile on his face. However, in the eyes of the red-haired youth, it was as if he saw a devil smiling at him. At the same time, all the men present could not help but clamp their legs. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang raised the rib. The red-haired youth was finally scared and hurriedly said, No, 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 I will lick, Qin Feiyang shouted. Then hurry up, don't talk nonsense. The red-haired youth hurriedly put his hands on the ground, turned over and lay on the ground. However, when he saw the water stains on the ground, he really could not lick it. Especially when he thought that this was the water to wash feet, he could not do it. It seems that I really have to use my real strength. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He kicked the red-haired youth over, lifted the rib and smashed it at the red-haired youth's penis. No, I will lick it right away. The red-haired youth was anxious. He hurriedly turned over and lay on the ground. Without any hesitation, he stuck out his tongue and licked the water stains on the ground. He looked like a puppy licking food. That's a good boy. Qin Feiyang smiled brightly and turned to look at the blue-haired youth. The blue-haired youth's pupils shrank, and he immediately licked. Qin Feiyang looked at the others. Wherever he looked, the men immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. But those women were indifferent. They even looked at Qin Feiyang provocatively. It was as if they were saying, Come on if you have the guts. If you get the reputation of bullying women, let's see who will lose face. Qin Feiyang glanced at them and said, You really don't want to lick it? In your dreams. If you have the ability, come and touch us. Come on, we are right in front of you. Hurry up and do it. The group of women not only yelled crazily, but also raised their heads and puffed out their chests. They moved closer to Qin Feiyang as if they were saying, What can you do to us? Men were afraid of their penis being smashed, but women were not. Because they were not. Qin Feiyang glanced at those women who were getting closer and closer. His eyes flashed coldly. Whoosh! At this moment, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, the Wolf King rushed over explosively and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. Ha! What's going on? Seeing the scene in front of him, Wolf King's eyes widened. Ruffian wolf! The group of women suddenly turned pale. It came to the inner palace too? The red-haired youth and the others could not help but feel cold all over. Wolf King's evil deeds had been spread throughout the inner palace. Everyone knew. He broke into the Lu family and peeked at Lu Tingting taking a bath. He tortured Wang Fei and Zheng Chuan. He was the head of the Dong family. Not only was he cruel, but he was also shameless. Brother, am I that scary? Wolf King was very unhappy. He sighed. Sigh, I'm actually very kind. Really, I'm not lying to you. Kind? Everyone rolled their eyes and despised him from the bottom of their hearts. Huh, something's wrong! Wolf King was about to say something, but a trace of suspicion suddenly appeared in his eyes. He carefully sniffed the smell in the air, then turned his head and sniffed Qin Feiyang's hair. Immediately, he pinched his nose and asked in confusion, What's going on? Why do you smell like this? Qin Feiyang said, This is foot washing water. What? Wolf King's expression changed, and he hurriedly rose into the air with a look of disdain. Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and said, You came at the right time. Let them all lie down and lick the foot washing water on the ground clean. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped and landed on the 10th floor. Looking at the stone doors of the first and second alchemy rooms, his eyes flashed. Lick it clean? Wolf King was stunned. Looking at the red-haired youth and the others lying on the ground, he immediately thought of a general idea. Boom! A terrifying, ferocious aura surged out, enveloping the entire place. You little girls, don't think that you have the right to be presumptuous just because you're a woman. Let me tell you, your tricks are useful on little Qin Zi, but they're useless on me. All of you lie down for me, or I'll strip you naked and make you run outside! Wolf King shouted. His entire body emitted a golden light, and in an instant, he transformed into a muscular wolf. His millstone-sized eyes flickered with an astonishing ferocious light. The group of women's faces turned pale. Without needing Wolf King to do anything, they all lay down one after another. Woo-woo, I actually drank the foot-washing water. Qin Feiyang and Ruffian Wolf are too much of a bully. I want to tell the hall master. Some of the women immediately cried. They felt extremely wronged in their hearts. Even some of the men were shedding tears. You asked for it. You poured the water yourself. Even if you're crying, you have to swallow it. Wolf King disdainfully turned into the size of a palm and flew up to the 10th floor. He chuckled and said, What do you think? I'm awesome, right? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and glanced at the dozens of people. He generously gave Wolf King a thumbs up. Wolf King smiled proudly and asked, What are you looking at? Qin Feiyang said, I'm thinking, which alchemy room Lu Xingqian is in, and who's in the other alchemy room? Wolf King said, I know. You know? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wolf King nodded and said, Lu Xingqian is in alchemy room number 2, but he's not in there now. He's in Heavy Region Mountain. Heavy Region Mountain? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. He had heard of this place before. Back then, when the Pill Hall Master asked Lu Xingqian to reflect on his mistakes, he went to Heavy Region Mountain. We'll talk about it when we get there. I've heard some shocking news. Wolf King transmitted his voice. What news? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. Wolf King being able to use telepathy was not a small matter at all. This Sherming is an imposter. Chapter 430. What? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled, and he asked, Is it true? Wolf King said, It's absolutely true. Qin Feiyang said, Who pretended to be him? Wolf King said, We don't know who pretended to be him yet, but Lu Xingqian respects him very much. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, So Sherming really went to find Lu Xingqian? Yes, I have to admit that you're really smart. Wolf King chuckled. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, It's just a result based on common sense. You're proud of yourself. Wolf King rolled his eyes and said, Lu Xingqian is now facing the wall and the Chongyu Mountain. It's more than 10 miles away from the 4 main peaks, But the Chongyu Mountain is quite a fun place. Fun? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Chongyu Mountain is shrouded in a very strong pressure. As long as you enter the range of the Chongyu Mountain, you can't fly. And you can't use your battle qi. It's similar to the shackles on Yan Nanshan's feet and hands when he was in prison. Wolf King's eyes lit up. Pressure? Qin Feiyang was surprised. He didn't expect there to be such a place in the inner hall. Wolf King said in a low voice, I've recorded their conversation. Do you want to take a look? Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. This guy was quite smart. Wait a minute, he said in a low voice. He continued to look at the number 1 alchemy room with an inexplicable light in his eyes. He had always thought that Lu Xingchen was the number 1 alchemist in the inner hall. But he didn't expect that there was another monster hidden. When he had the chance, he must meet this person. Whoosh! At this time, Murong Jing flew up and glanced at the 10 alchemy rooms. Her eyes flickered slightly. Qin Feiyang laughed. You want to snatch the number 1 alchemy room? With you around, is there still a share for me? Murong Jing said indifferently. Qin Feiyang said, I don't intend to snatch alchemy room 1, I only want alchemy room 2. Because alchemy room number 2 belongs to Lu Xingchen. He added with a mocking look in his eyes. Murong Jing didn't understand at first, but when she heard Qin Feiyang's words, she suddenly understood. Subsequently, she looked at alchemy room 1, her eyes flickering. In terms of alchemy, I'm not as good as Qin Feiyang, but I'm on par with Lu Xingchen. But Lu Xingchen is only in alchemy room 2. The person in alchemy room 1 should be even stronger. Furthermore, Qin Feiyang seems to want to use me to find out more about this man. After weighing the pros and cons, Murong Jing gave up on snatching alchemy room 1. She glanced at alchemy room 3, lowered her head to look at the red-haired young man and the others, and asked, Who does alchemy room 3 belong to? Hearing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel a trace of disappointment in his heart. He did want Murong Jing to find out more about this man, but Murong Jing also clearly saw through the clues. Although this woman was a woman of few words, her mind wasn't simple. It's mine. The blue-haired young man raised his head and looked at Murong Jing. From now on, alchemy room 3 belongs to me. Murong Jing announced in a high-profile manner. The blue-haired young man raised his eyebrows. He was afraid of Qin Feiyang, but he wasn't afraid of Murong Jing. He didn't even know who Murong Jing was. But he still had concerns. This woman came with Qin Feiyang, and the two should have a good relationship. What he was worried about was whether Qin Feiyang would help Murong Jing. I won't ask about your business. But the water on the floor must be licked clean, Qin Feiyang said lightly, pushed open the stone door, and strode into alchemy room 2. What? He's taking alchemy room 2 for himself just like that. Lu Xingchen will go crazy if he finds out. The crowd below suddenly became restless. Hurry up, I'll wait for you in the alchemy room. Murong Jing waved her hand, and her battle aura surged. She knocked open the stone door of the alchemy room, and walked in openly under the furious gaze of the blue-haired young man. Damn woman! You'll know the consequences of offending me later. The blue-haired young man's eyes had a trace of viciousness, and he shouted. Hurry up and lick it. I'm going to strip that woman of her clothes and make her run naked outside. I'd like to see who's going to run naked later. Murong Jing, who was standing in alchemy room 3, had a cold glint in her eyes. Alchemy room 2. This alchemy room was very big, at least 200 to 300 feet wide. It had an independent alchemy room, a cultivation room, and a lounge. Everything was available. I'll go wash up first. After closing the stone door, Qin Feiyang said to Wolf King and walked into the lounge. There was a water source in the lounge, and there was also a place for washing up. Wolf King wandered around the alchemy room. After a while, Qin Feiyang walked out, changed into a clean set of clothes, and looked refreshed. He sat on the chair in the cultivation room and shouted, White-eyed wolf, show me what you've recorded. If Shiming was really impersonated by someone else, it must be related to the Lu family. Just this point alone was enough to put the Lu family in a state of eternal damnation. But before that, he had to find out who the impersonator was. There might be some clues about what Wolf King had recorded. Wolf King slipped into the lounge like a wisp of smoke. But he grabbed a cauldron with his claws. Qin Feiyang looked at the cauldron, and his eyes suddenly widened. He said in surprise, "Where did you get this?" The cauldron was black, and there was a lifelike lion carved on it. The light it emitted was even stronger than a third-grade cauldron. It was enough to show that it was a fourth-grade cauldron. "Guess?" The Wolf King chuckled. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He raised his head and looked at the alchemy room. "That's right. It's the cauldron in the alchemy room. It must be Lu Xingqian's. I'll help you erase the blood contract now." Wolf King laughed sinisterly, and a golden battle chi appeared and rushed toward the cauldron. Lu Xingqian was a 5-star combat emperor, and so was Wolf King. It was not difficult to erase the blood contract. At the same time, in a cave in the Heavy Region Mountain, Lu Xingqian sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Puff! Suddenly, his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "What's going on?" Lu Xingqian opened his eyes, which were filled with confusion. "This is bad. Someone must have snatched my cauldron." All of a sudden, he shuddered and suddenly stood up, his eyes bursting with a cold light. "No matter who it is, I won't let you have an easy time." Muttering to himself, Lu Xingqian walked out of the cave with a gloomy face. In the alchemy room, Wolf King withdrew his battle chi and laughed. "Done, quickly drip your blood to recognize me as your master." Qin Feiyang immediately bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the cauldron. A layer of blood light appeared and quickly subsided. A piece of information entered Qin Feiyang's mind. "Fourth-grade cauldron, lion cauldron." Wolf King laughed sinisterly. Lu Xingqian's expression must be very interesting right now. If he doesn't come looking for me, then he's tactful. But if he comes looking for trouble with me, I'll let him know what it means to ask for humiliation. Qin Feiyang put away the lion cauldron and pursed his lips into a cold smile. "I'm really looking forward to it." Wolf King chuckled and took out an image crystal. He poured his battle chi into it and a video quickly appeared. In the video, there was a pitch-black mountain peak that was hundreds of feet tall, standing tall on the ground. On the mountain, there was nothing, not even a single weed. It was like a dead zone. However, on the cliff at the foot of the mountain, there were neatly arranged holes that were 10 feet large. They were like wormholes, emitting a mysterious and strange aura. In the video, Ming strode into one of the holes. Inside the hole was a cave of about 10 feet. It was very simple and crude, with only a stone bed. Lu Xingqian sat cross-legged on the stone bed. When Ming entered the cave, Lu Xingqian immediately stood up and bowed to welcome him. Ming didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Qin Feiyang has arrived at the inner palace." "So fast?" Lu Xingqian's eyes trembled. Ming asked, "Have you thought of a way to get rid of him?" "No." Lu Xingqian shook his head and sighed. "Even Dong Qing, a 6-star combat emperor, is no match for him." "What can I do?" Ming said. "I have an idea." Lu Xingqian was delighted and asked, "What is it?" Ming said, "The 2 kings of the inner palace are both 1-star combat ancestors. As long as you can persuade them and ask for their help, it won't be a problem." "Yeah, why didn't I think of them?" Lu Xingqian's eyes lit up. But after thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, "I'm afraid it won't work. Both of them are in seclusion all year round. It's harder than ascending the heavens to meet them, let alone ask them to help." Seeing Lu Xingqian's lack of confidence, Ming frowned. "You haven't even tried, how do you know it won't work? Let me tell you, if you don't get rid of Qin Feiyang, you won't even have a chance to become the next patriarch, let alone go to the imperial capital," Ming said angrily. Hearing this, Lu Xingqian's body trembled and bowed. "I will do my best. Also, you have to remember. Don't be so respectful to me in front of others. The 2 palace masters are experienced people. If you act a little strangely, they will be able to see through it. If they know that I'm not Sherming, we're finished. Sherming warned with a serious face. I understand. Lu Xingchen nodded. All right, think about it carefully. Sherming said a few more words and turned to leave. The image in the void also ended. Wolf King put away the image crystal and asked, How was it? Did you find any clues? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, According to my deduction, this impostor should be from the Lu family. What do you mean? Wolf King was surprised. Lu Xingchen is proud and arrogant. How many people in the imperial capital can make him respect them so much? The palace master, the precious treasure pavilion master, the various big shots of the divine temple, these people are worthy of respect. But the palace master and the others wouldn't do such a thing. Other than that, there's only the Lu family left. For example, the Lu family master, old monster Lu, the various elders, and Lu Xingchen would definitely respect them. Qin Feiyang analyzed. That makes sense. Wolf King nodded and asked, Is it possible that he's from another superfamily? Impossible. The superfamilies fight openly and secretly. If they want to help, they'll help us deal with the Lu family. They won't join hands with the Lu family to deal with us. Besides, Lu Xingchen doesn't need to be so respectful to people from other superclans. Qin Feiyang said. Wolf King nodded thoughtfully and asked, So, what should we do now? First, find out how many 9-star combat emperors there are in the Lu family. What are their identities? I'll send a message to Yin Yuanming. He must know. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. But at this moment, there was a faint noise outside. What's going on? Wolf King was surprised. I don't know. Let's go out and have a look. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and walked out of the resting room to the stone door. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.